It's about self-preservation. What is the state of the opposition like? Joining me is the president of the Justice Forum and a former member of parliament for Bugiri Municipality, Honorable Asmani Basalirwa. Good to see you and a very good morning.
Thank you very much, Simon. I'm glad to be back home.
When I saw you announcing that you had gone back to legal practice, it gave me a sense that perhaps you've hung your political coat and it's now time for law, right?
No, I can assure you I have not abandoned politics. Neither did I ever abandon legal practice. Simon, I've been an MP, but at the same time a legal practitioner. So I am now more into legal practice, but at the same time into politics. I still head a political party, President Justice Forum Party. I am actively engaged in many political processes in the country. In my own constituency that I lost the other day, I am still there. I'm still on ground. I engage the people. I go there. There are some projects and programs that I initiated. They must go on. Some that were not accomplished, they must be accomplished. I have a school there that keeps me busy on ground. So it's really, I have those two callings. There is none that I have ever
You can't abandon.
It's that sometimes one takes away more time from the other. And for a fact, when I was member of parliament, it consumed more of my time and I did less of the legal practice. Now that I am not a member of parliament, I am now more into legal practice and less in politics.
Or could there be a sense that going back to your chambers is a resort?
Well, that's where I began from, Simon. When I left law school in 2003, 2004, around that time, I immediately began legal practice. Obviously, along the way, there were other interventions that came in terms of my journey. You know, I went into the Islamic University in Uganda, where I served as university secretary. I did some part-time lecturing in IUIU, in Kampala University. I used to teach law courses to different disciplines in Sitema, in Chambogo. And in 2009, I resigned from being university secretary at IUIU and then came back into mainstream politics, because you recall at that time, that's when I was elected to be president of JEMA. So it's really, and the advice I want to give, Simon, to colleagues especially who have come into parliament, never abandon what you've been doing simply because you become an MP. Because then...
You learned it the hard way.
It's not about learning it the hard way. The fallback position becomes very clear. Okay? Simon, from here I'm going in the High Court. Yesterday, I was in court in Kasangati in the morning hours. So if you have a profession, if you have a calling, if you have anything that you're doing, you're a teacher, you're a business person, please continue doing the same alongside the politics.
Well, you've done politics for a while.
Yes.
You were around at the height of the walk to work,
yes,
a number of protests. I remember then you were among the vibrant lawyers who represented Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye. Does anything point to a shift in politics from what it was then to what it is today? What is so remarkable about politics today?
Obviously, there's a very big shift. Number one, the cohesion at the level of leadership has reduced. Leadership of the opposition is not as united, is not working together the way it used to. You recall, Simon, for the first time in the history of this country, we went into an election without some form of cooperation, without some form of, loose as it could be. You recall the way 2001, you had a reform agenda, IPFC was, you can call it a loose coalition, but let's call it a coalition of the political forces at that time. In 2001, you had the reform agenda. Again, a loose coalition of political forces. Along the way, you had the IPC, Inter-Party Cooperation, okay? Then moving forward, you had the TDA, another loose coalition. In 2026, we went into an election without any loose coalition. In other words, everybody was on their own. And
what caused this?
Well, I cannot point to a single factor, but I'll also tell you that political parties are struggling to survive, especially financially. So you become more individualistic. You become inward-looking. You want to have more members of parliament. Because you see, what the NRM regime has done is to make it extremely difficult to get any funding from abroad. Political parties used to survive on funding from abroad. The local donors here, I mean the development partners here that used to support political parties, we actually expelled from this country. Simon, you know, for example, that the DGF, Democratic Governance Facility, that was a basket. They were expelled from this country. They had to go away. And these were people, these were agencies that were supporting political parties. The DGF, for example, was supporting IPOD with resources. The NRM regime made it extremely difficult for them to operate. They had to close shop and they left. The enactment of the Political Parties and Organizations Act created a lot of restrictions in terms of how much money a political party can receive. Now, what that meant is that political parties began being self-centered. And what that meant is that when you have many MPs, you will tax them. You will tell them, please, we need this amount of money to enable us to move as a political party. So one of the reasons why political parties have become more inward-looking is because of the restrictions on the resources that you can receive from outside the country. Political parties are now...
But they're more inward and more self-centered. Because back then, they were grappling with the same problems.
No.
The issue of political funding arose a little later. In 1996, when the Semogeres were around, at least there was money from Konrad Adenauer, but it was just minimal.
And not only Konrad Adenauer was supporting everybody. Parties like the Democratic Party by then had a lot of alliances and cooperations with agencies in Germany. Because Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, we had the FAD, you remember? There was FAD that was supporting political processes here, and many others. Along the way, the enactment of the Political Parties and Organizations Act, the enactment of the Anti-Terrorism Act, and now more recently you have the Sovereignty Act. All these work towards, frustrating political parties.
But do you think the opposition is at its weakest now, given the times?
Now, you see, I don't want you to look at the opposition in isolation of the environment in which we operate. Because you could ask the same question, is the citizenry at its weakest in terms of civic consciousness? That should be the other question to ask. Simon, you remember at one time, all of us were in prison, political party leaders. In 2011, there was a time when all of us were out on bail. You remember I was arrested, taken to Luzira in 2011. At that time, Besigye was arrested, Mao was arrested, and all these people had been arrested. I remember when they took us to Luzira, they had to transfer the others to Nakasongola. Now, what used to happen at that time is that there is an activity, the population moves in. The leadership have been arrested, the leaders have been arrested.
Was the population conscientized then?
Yes.
Or they had vigor until a time when they got frustrated?
No, the population was moving along with the leaders in terms of civic consciousness. the leaders were leading by example. When we said we were walking to work, all of us were on the road. Because I remember I used to lead the Kawempa Axis. And I was arrested from Kubiri with Mr. Mayanja Chiribige, Chidandala. At that time, we were with Mwanga Chivumbi. Besigye was leading another group from Kasangate. Elias was coming from Rubaga. Semuju, that side of Boyogerere. The Amriatis and the others around the town. So we were leading by example. And the population was moving with us. As we speak now, the leaders are more resigned. And the population is resigned. And that partly...
Is it out of fear?
It's a combination.
Or demotivation?
No, it's a combination. Number one, there is fear. There's definitely fear.
Yeah, but fear has been a constant.
No. But you see...
Fear has been a constant.
Exactly. But you see, you can only talk about heightened fear. Because there are also levels. The amount of fear and tension in the country now cannot be compared to what was there before. Because everybody feels...
No, unless you're not cognizant of the times where you walked through Mambas. Tear gas was the order of the day.
Yes, because Simon...
Prison.
Simon, I will tell you at that time, the amount of restrictions, the amount... Because then, you would easily challenge actions before the courts of law. And the courts were very vibrant, by the way. Very vibrant. The other day, Justice Egona Ntende, while exiting the judiciary, was saying, judiciary, where are we? How come things are happening and we are looking on? Okay? He was also questioning the judiciary where he was serving. Everybody was vibrant. Look at what was happening, for example, at Makerere. The kind of debates, the discussions, the student activism, all that is nowhere to be seen. It's not there. So you would see...
You seem to be mourning about the past.
No, I am describing a situation. Because you have asked me a question. I'm describing a situation. So, the fear is apparent, there's no doubt about it. There's also fatigue. Simon, there is fatigue. Opposition fatigue, population fatigue. Imagine a person who has been opposing Mr. Museveni since 1986. What do you expect from them now? Some have resigned. You know, sometimes
others have surrendered.
Others have surrendered. Others have been subdued. And by the way, it is natural when you live in regimes that have survived for long. In Zimbabwe, you recall, along the way, Morgan Tsvangirai had to work with Mugabe along the way, even here in Kenya, during the era of Moi. So when a regime stays in power, fatigue sets in. You are complaining about low voter turnout. Some of it is occasioned by fatigue. You know, people have opposed the regime, have opposed Mr. Museveni, is still there, and there are no signs that he's leaving. So,
yeah, but what I find rather intriguing is that amidst all the challenges that the opposition is stuck in, there's not been any moment of soul searching within yourselves to craft a way forward. Does it suggest that perhaps everyone now is on their own?
Simon, I can tell you, I have already told you that there is a lot of, you know, we are very egocentric, very inward-looking, very self-seeking. And it is real understandable. For example, Simon, who can, you know, in the days before, we would have regular meetings as opposition.
Joint?
And, yes, joint. And called by, you remember I used to host them at GEM offices at one time? We would go to FDC, we would go to... Now, as I said, there is a lot of, we are now thinking more about ourselves. It's about survival, it's about self-preservation. And I also told you it has a history. Because Simon, let me tell you, for example, the more MPs you have now, the more money you are likely to get as a party. Even outside the IPOD structures.
So it's no longer politics, it's trading.
No, I am saying, but you cannot run a political party without money. So I don't want you to reduce it to trading, Simon. Political parties have headquarters. They pay bills, they pay staff. They have to run activities across the country. But if they are not receiving funding from government, if there is no funding coming from abroad, how do you expect them to survive?
When did you become that comfortable that it's money that drives you?
It's a basic.
Not ideology.
No, it's a basic. Because Simon,
I know, but it's ideology first.
Simon, when will you reach Bujiri to preach your ideology if you don't have resources? When will you reach Bujiri? Yes.
You're a typical example of a once selfless politician. I remember during your young days as a lawyer, you'd be all over the country.
Yes.
Pro bono.
Yes.
Pro bono.
That's true.
The selflessness that used to define the opposition.
That's true.
Where has it gone? That today it's been replaced by, if there is no money, no activity.
No, I think, as I explained, that there is a general decline in many aspects of our politics, including that selflessness you are talking about, including the activism, including the civic consciousness in the population. And as I said, it can be explained by a multiplicity of factors. I agree. And by the way, one of the reasons why previous endeavors were successful, part of it, at that time I recall, we had an initiative called Lawyers on a Run. During Walk to Work, a decision was even taken that lawyers should withdraw from Walk to Work. So I withdrew, Medad withdrew, Katuntu withdrew, and the others withdrew. Now, if Simon was arrested and taken to any of the courts around or police stations, within seconds, lawyers would be there. And without pay, they would be there. But that also came because, as I said, we used to have regular meetings as opposition. And any of us would call them. Okay? Any of us would call them. Now, you are not so sure who is going to call a meeting and the others will come.
Yeah, because beneath all this, there is a trust crisis. You no longer trust each other.
No.
The issue of malls.
No. Let me tell you, Simon, we have been with the issue of malls for the time I have been in the opposition. And nobody should tell you that it's a recent phenomenon. We've lived with it. But never has it undermined our focus. Never. And nobody should ever think that there's going to be a time in our political processes, either here or elsewhere. The other day, I was in Tehran. And I was asking these Iranians, how come the Americans and the Israelis are hitting targets? How come? You seem to be a very entrenched and powerful system. Said, no. Amongst us, there are those who provide the what?
Who leak information.
The information. Okay? That is going to happen. We used to have meetings in Katonga and other parts. And we say, I recall one time there was a meeting at Uganda House. It was called by Ambassador Tun. At that time, he was president of the UPC. Now, one of us, whose name I will not mention, went to the restrooms. And then the ambassador said, there are things we should not mention when he's around. Okay? But, so we knew. But that did not stop us from discussing the minimum agenda, from discussing things that would unite us. Because at the end of it all, we said we needed everybody. So you don't talk about trust issues. The regime has the capacity to infiltrate every political party, every media organization, every border stage, every taxi stage. The regime has infiltrated.
Do you now agree that the regime has successfully thrown you into disarray?
Well,
getting you together.
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that the fact that the kind of engagements we used to have are no longer happening partly explains what you describe as success. But no, in the sense that, as we keep saying, what they call opposition is really an agenda. It's a mindset. The other day, Mr. Museveni said that by 2026 there will be no opposition. You remember that statement? What he forgot, Mr. Museveni looks at opposition as leaders. I think that's the biggest mistake he makes. Opposition is not the leaders. Opposition is the populace that is opposed to the wrong programs and activities of government. So you can buy all the leaders. You can even arrest them. You can crush them. But you will not take away opposition.
Well, how would you use the scenario or the predicament of Lukwago, Elias, as a case study of the state of opposition politics?
But the issue of Elias Lukwago is beyond opposition politics. It's what he himself stands for. You know, the unfortunate events surrounding Elias Lukwago symbolize the last traces of the rule of law in this country. Because Elias Lukwago as an individual is an embodiment of the rule of law. I have not seen any Ugandan who visualizes this country in every sense of it in the lenses of the rule of law like Lukwago. Lukwago will see you walking and says, the way you are walking is not according to rule of law. He will see you laughing and say, no, that's outside the rule of law. So if you want to know, to understand and appreciate anybody who thinks, laughs, talks, sleeps, breathes, rule of law, it is Elias Lukwago.
So is the rule of law in jeopardy?
The events surrounding Elias Lukwago are a manifestation that the rule of law is actually in total jeopardy. Not just jeopardy, but total jeopardy. And that means that if the icon, if the symbol, if the embodiment of the rule of law is going through such unfortunate circumstances and situations, that, by the way, are not entirely new. I don't want anybody to imagine that what is happening is entirely new. No. These are things we've been confronting, and these are things we've been talking about.
Okay. We're taking a very short break, but still the question will remain, does Lukwago's ordeal represent the new politics that the opposition has to confront? We'll be getting more into that after the break, but I have a very quick announcement to make from UEDCL. There's going to be a shutdown on 15th to June 24th as UETCL carries out critical maintenance works around Bukerere, Sonde Misindye, Jinja Misindye, Seta Kobrod, Chiwanga, Mawangala, Kagala, Nakagere, Chiwango, Jogoba, Jona Busugwe, Lumuli, Nasuti, Nakabago, Nyenje, Kusatu, Nambirukubiri, and Takajunge. That should be between June 15th to June 18th, and between 19th to 24th, areas around Makere East, Lumuli, Giant Steel Industries, Mukono Recycling Company, Milling is Us Limited, and parts of Sonde. All affected customers are advised to plan accordingly during this period. We'll be back. Well, welcome back. It's still talking politics with Honorable Asumani Basalirwa about the current times and how best the opposition can navigate the murky politics that they're confronted with. Still going about Lukwago. Are there any critical lessons to pick?
Well, I don't want to call them lessons, but I think, to prepare for such scenarios that they could happen to anybody. And as I said earlier on, they are not new. One time here, the military invaded the courts. But there was action from the courts. In fact, you recall the principal judge then, Justice Ogola, used his poetic prowess to describe the situation.
He called it defilement of the temple.
Yes, something like that.
Defilement of the temple
So
of justice.
the military going beyond their mandate is not something new in this country. What is disappointing is really the silence by those who should be speaking.
At least we heard from Uganda Law Society.
And
they issued an ultimatum of 24 hours.
Yes, they have.
Is that adequate?
I think they have a press conference this afternoon, to the best of my knowledge. I would expect Parliament now to be loud. I would expect political parties across the divide. I know that my party, JEMA, for example, has a press conference to that 10 to make a statement on this. Other political parties should be following suit. I should expect human rights organizations, to be speaking out. In the words of the former president of Gabon, make some noise. I would expect the media to be speaking out. I'm grateful NBS has provided a platform. We are doing our role. I would expect the judiciary.
Yeah, but you can't put it in isolation to the many arrests, to the many abductions that have taken place. Mm-hmm. Why would you make this case a very extraordinary one?
No. We are not making it extraordinary. We are saying, but by the way, it is extraordinary also in some sense. Because Simon, Lukwago is not an ordinary person. I know the Constitution says everybody is equal before the law. There's no doubt about it. But Lukwago is not an ordinary person. And two, Lukwago himself has been a voice of the voiceless. Now that he finds himself in this situation, those he has been speaking for, those he has been acting for, it's time to pay him back. It's really as simple as that.
Okay. For now, does it look as if Lukwago has been forsaken by his comrades?
Not comrades. I think the comrades, those who are close to him, I would say, are doing their best. I have had discussions with Honorable Semuju. I have had discussions with Honorable, Segona. Mm. And I can tell you that within our means, we are trying within our means. But we are not seeing and hearing and witnessing loud voices the way it should be. Ideally, by now, I would think that, for example, Parliament should be, called to sit and discuss this and other issues. Because you see, Simon,
aren't you being presumptuous in imagining that Parliament, where the big hand has a huge hand?
No. But you see, we will not stop calling on them, regardless of what you think or what they think. Because they are the ones we have. It is an institution that will run to. Like the judiciary, it is an institution we will run to. Simon will not go to the bush. No. We'll run to Parliament, we'll run to the judiciary as wananchi. So I think that when these things happen, and I am glad that some of us have been speaking on human rights violations, Simon. I spoke about them before I became an MP. I've been speaking about them when I'm an MP. I'll continue to speak about them when I'm no longer an MP. The few times I have had an opportunity in iPod, these are some of the things for me I have had to raise them physically to Mr. Museveni.
Okay, your argument is that there is no sufficient response to the crisis at hand.
That's my argument. That the noise is so far is not as loud as it should be.
So how do we unpack the mutinous?
Well, it's a conscious decision. Usually, as I have said, Uganda Law Society issues a statement and calls a press conference. We would want to see human rights organizations, civil society organizations. We would want to see political parties. We would want to see the judiciary. Because you see, the judiciary is also under very big test, Simon. very big test. How do they protect the sanctity of their space? We would want to see Parliament coming out to provide direction and leadership. In other words, every conscious Ugandan, this is also an opportunity to add to the efforts and voices that have been happening. The other day, somebody was saying that, you see, there are many other prisoners who have been there. I understand. But there are even those who have been there longer. You're talking about people, for example, who were arrested in 2021 or 2020. There are those I am representing. From here, I am going to court. There are people who have been on remand for 10 years. The other day, you recall in Parliament, I am the one who moved the motion that the Human Rights Committee goes to Luzira to visit the facilities where Besigye was. When we were in Luzira, we interacted with a man who has been there on remand for 17 years. 17 years. And when we came to Parliament, we talked about it. In the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, we've been talking about these things. So nobody should say, by the way, that these are things we've not been talking about. Yeah. Or that it's because of Lukwago that we are coming out. Simon, you recall in the 10th Parliament, around 2019, I am on record for raising the issue of Muslims who had been incarcerated. In fact, in the IPOD meeting in 2018, I recall when I go to the podium, I told Mr. Museveni in the face that, you see, we are making a mockery of our criminal justice system. You cannot have a criminal justice system that calls for investigations after arrest. It's a mockery. So somebody is arrested and then investigations take place later. And I recall while responding to me, he agreed that this was wrong. But it is still continuing. Because how do you arrest a person? And then each time they are brought to court, you say investigations are continuing.
There is a general sense that NRM is cashing in on the malaise that is within the opposition, and they're getting stronger by the day.
You don't get strong on account of imperfections in the legal systems and processes. No, you don't. You only get strong on legal perfections, but not imperfections. And anybody who thinks they will create an imperfection and take advantage, it can only be temporary. Simon, when you ride on the back of a tiger, you will end up in the stomach of that tiger. That's the consequence. So as a country...
So how do you translate it in the current times?
All of us, as a country, all of us should be speaking one language. And what is that language? Fidelity to the law. Adherence to the law. Respect for the rule of law. Constitutionalism. Good governance. That should be our call. Because if we don't do that, all of us will become victims of lawlessness.
Okay. By the look of things, the seventh term seems to be beginning on a note where politics is becoming more delicate for the opposition. Confronting the regime now is costly. Do you agree?
Well, it has always been.
No, but perhaps the regime is getting tougher.
No, it has always been, Simon. It has always been. I have not, and I have been active for some time. I have not been, I don't recall any time in the recent history where it has not been costly to oppose the NRM regime. I don't recall. It has always been tear gas, always arrests, imprisonments, and the like. That has always been the case.
So you don't see anything unique, right?
And I said it earlier, that I don't see anything new. Simon, the other day, I'll give you an example. Whenever there would be bombs here in Kampala, Muslims would be arrested. At one time, they went to arrest a family, and they arrested everybody, the children, the kids, and what. But how can this happen? How can this happen? So I don't want anybody to imagine that what is happening to areas is anything new. We've been confronting these situations We've been, dealing with them. Simon, there was a time in this country when tear gas was the order of the day. You remember very well. You have to read, for example, what has been happening in elections.
Okay. What is now evident is that the law has been trampled upon. Mm-hmm. Perhaps the judicial systems are not as effective to call the executive to order as they were then, when we had the Katutsis, when we had the Ogolas. So doesn't this spell tough time?
No, I don't. And the other mistake we should not make is again to try and undermine the judicial systems and processes. I don't want anybody to take that line. It's very dangerous, it's very suicidal. What we should be doing as a country
is the judiciary up to the task?
They should be.
But are they?
No, they should be, because I will not say are they, because as we speak now, there are cases before them touching the situation at hand. And we wait to see how they will unfold. Because there are cases before them.
So you give them a benefit of your doubt.
And at no time shall I ever imagine that the judiciary will not show presence of mind. Because that, by the way, that is our last refuge. That's our last resort. And should
the judiciary be spared of criticism? Not in the time.
No. The judiciary, by the way, should face the harshest criticism. Just like any other public institution. And I'm talking about the criticism in the right sense of it. Okay? That when I disagree with the decision, nonetheless I respect it. Okay? So the disagreement is the criticism part of it. The respect is for you to follow what you disagree with, knowing that perhaps there are even appeal processes. So the biggest mistake we shouldn't make, is to try and undermine the judiciary, to try and undermine the judges. We could do what we used to do those days. Those days, for example, we had a challenge with one judge. And we spotlighted him. You remember Justice Kavuma? Yes, I'll be very open. We put him in the spotlight as a country, as a legal profession, and the others.
Not the institution.
Not the institution. You'd be making a very big mistake. A very big mistake.
Yeah, but these are representatives of the institution.
Yes, they do. But you see, in executing their mandate, they are doing it in accordance with in line with the oath they took as individuals. So nobody should use their disagreements with an individual judicial officer to try and undermine the entire institution. It is wrong. Because in the words of the late Justice, I'm forgetting, Kakuru, you don't have another judiciary where you are going to run to. Okay? It is that very same judiciary that you are going to go to. So we must be very careful. And my appeal to the country is that some of these institutions must be preserved. They must be protected. But that preservation and protection is reciprocal.
Honorable Basalirwa, with the waning trust from the masses, quite evidenced in the recent elections, the turnout was low, and some of you, the big shots, were kicked out. Is it time now to craft new politics to counter their current politics?
You see, there is nothing like crafting new politics, because there is no new politics being played by the NRM.
There is.
It is not there. Simon, it is not there. Tell me what is new that you are witnessing today. What is new?
Brutality at another level.
No. It has always been
at
there.
At another level.
It has always been there. Simon, what were safe houses for? What were they for?
No, I'll give you a case.
What was tear gas for?
I'll give you a case.
Hey.
When the National Unity Platform came on board, they breathed a new life into politics, a shift from the ordinary, the regular opposition to a bit of disruption. And that was called new politics then.
No, but the disruptions were always there. You see, Simon, I don't agree with you that there's anything new. There is no new politics being played by the NRM. There is no new politics being played by any of the opposition players. The only mistake we are making, those of us in the opposition, is to try to think that NRM is playing new politics. It is not. Simon, the arrests have been there. The detentions have been there. The torture chambers have been there. The safe houses have been there. The tear gas has been there. The Kalangal Action Plan has always been there. Yes, yes. So what we would be doing, I think, for me, the only aspect that we should be doing and that we were doing before is constant, regular engagement and consultation.
Yeah, but traditional
ourselves.
politics is outdated.
No, but you see, when
Besigye came on board, he brought defiance. That brought a shift into politics. When NUP came on board, they brought the Roba-Doba style of politics. And that breathed some newness in politics. What more would you do?
What exactly did it breathe into? What are they doing that we didn't do?
They awakened the youth mass, the critical youth mass.
When were the critical mass in Sramba? When? Because you see, Simon, you've been here. Look at the following the Semogeredes had. The Sebagalas. Besigye 1, Besigye 2, Besigye 3. All this was being...
Do you want to argue that NUP never reshaped politics?
No, but you see, the very same people who have been part of these processes are the same people in NUP and other political parties.
With new strategies, new tricks.
No, they are the ones who brought the strategies from wherever they came from. So I want to tell you, there is nothing
to
new.
Imagine that we can still keep within the traditional politics that you've done for years.
No, you see.
And still confront the regime.
You see, why you also, there is no reinventing any new wheel here. Because I have told you, the NRM is playing the same politics. From 1981 guerrilla, 1986 up to now. There is nothing new in terms of the way they play politics.
Do you counter, do you counter them with traditional
let
tricks?
me tell you, what are the characteristic features of their politics? One, brutality. Very characteristic. Has it changed? Duress. Subjugation. There's also luring, by the way. Politics of luring. And Mr. Museveni has been so good at that. Over time, he's been able to lure, opposition people to his side. So those have been the characteristics of NRM politics. So if you know that has been the way he's been playing his politics, denial of space, political space, Simon. When they came to power in 1986, legal notice number 1 was banning political parties. How free are political parties now? How free are they? The courts, for example, have said police have no powers to stop public meetings.
You were accused of being enablers of the regime. That no wonder NRM has been here for all this while because you are doing the same things and expecting different results. And you're still stuck in the same thinking.
But we're open-minded. And that's why...
Remember, that was the accusation.
Yes, it is okay. And we're open-minded. That's why we ceded space. We even agreed to be led. Even when we were seniors in many respects, we agreed to be led. The other day, my brother, Mr. Semakula, was at a burial of the late Master Parrot. And he said, colleagues, if there are things we've not done, okay, now that you're on the scene, you do them. Don't criticize us, you do them. And we will follow. It's really as simple as that. If there are things we didn't do in our opposition politics that enabled the NRM regime to be in power this long, we are very open-minded.
No, you have refused to be onboarded onto their struggle.
No.
Onto the new struggle.
No. We cannot be obstacles because the space is there. The space is out there. For example, I am no longer MP. Okay? So the one who is there should push the agenda to another level. Lukwago is no longer mayor. The one who is there should do what Lukwago failed to do. Semuju is no longer an MP. The one who is there should do what Semuju failed to do. Besigye is in prison. Those who are not in prison should do what Besigye should have done had he been free. It's really as simple as that.
Is there a vacuum of leadership in the opposition?
Yes. It is
Where
there.
is it manifested?
No. Simon, let me ask you. Who, for example, now, as we speak, will call a meeting of opposition people? Who, as we speak now?
You.
They will not come.
Why?
This is precisely what you are talking about. That you see the fact that, I mean precisely the point I was talking about, that we have become so self-centered. So self-centered, so individualistic, egoistic, egocentric. That's where we are now. And it hurts some of us. It hurts some of us. So I want on this platform to challenge.
I think you're obsessed with this big man syndrome that, for instance, without Besigye, without Robert Kyagulanyi, there's no leadership.
No, you see, Simon, you must also not be, you must speak to reality and appreciate that some people are endowed. They are endowed. Some people are charismatic. There's no doubt about it. And you are not going to take it away from them. So, we have to tap into their charisma. We have to tap into that talent. Yes. And I will tell you, without fear of contradiction, that the absence of Besigye, the absence of Bobby, in one way or the other, undermines this struggle. There's no doubt about it. So
if Zedriga invited you for a crisis meeting, why wouldn't you go?
No, and I would go. I would go. I would have no problem with it. You see, for example, Simon, you know that for us in Jema, we've been champions of togetherness. That's why we've been part of every effort aimed at bringing the opposition together. We were in IPC, we were in TDA, we were in People Power, we are firm believers in togetherness.
With this suspicion that you're in there for the money.
No, as I said.
For instance, iPod.
No, as I said.
You're there to tap.
Yes, but you see, the money we got in iPod, or the money we get in iPod, is money that initially was not from Uganda. I have explained to you, when we joined iPod, we were being funded by DGF. And Simon, I'll tell you, no political party in Uganda that was in iPod at that time that was not facilitated by DGF. And I want you to go to all these political parties at their headquarters. Probably as we speak now, the furniture there was provided by DGF through iPod. They used to even pay our policy analysts at that time. Until a law was made in Parliament very recently, when we were exiting, because even before, the payment, the monies that political parties were receiving are monies that were being received on the basis of numerical strength.
Well, Honorable, we have to get out of here, but what I pick from you is that the opposition is in slumber.
They
need some sort of awakening.
No, that is a strong statement. I want you to broaden it. The country is in slumber. Why are you isolating the country from the opposition?
Well, that's the state of politics. Share with us your outlook on politics. As times become more delicate, how best can the opposition navigate through the waters? Let's hear from you on all our socials. Have a lovely day and cheers. Well, a very good morning and welcome to this episode of the topical discussion. We're looking at what lies ahead. Our business seems to be taking root of the 7th term for President Museveni. Cabinet is already rolling. Despite a few hiccups here and there are 5 slots up for grabs. But as we speak now, Cabinet is on a retreat in Chankwanzi, of course, to brace themselves or to brief themselves on the tasks ahead. We've had the State of the Nation. Does it set the tone for what lies ahead for government? Budget has also been read out. What remains as unfinished business several weeks later? Joining me is Honorable Dr. Patrick Wakida, Member of Parliament for Kabweri County, and will also be joined by Imam Id Kasozi, a political analyst. Well, good to see you, Honorable, and a very good morning.
Good morning, Simon.
Do you get a sense that it's business as usual? There was a moment, a tense moment when the country was on tension over the Anita storm. Has it cleared and has it in any way set the tone for the 7th term of President Museveni?
Simon, I want to thank you for asking me that question, because there was a time when everybody was thinking he was a suspect, especially for those who had associated with Honorable Anita. I am also glad that it looks like the pressure has come down, but most importantly, the country still awaits. We need to know what was that. We want to know.
So there are still lingering questions?
Yes. We need to understand what was it. And I think the country is still asking each of those questions. So it's important. It's the first post-elections season where the tension hasn't been that big. You remember we came out of an election in January through March. It doesn't look like people have been undergoing an election. So it's time to work. And it looks like everybody is settling to say, okay, what can I do? Which is important. We've had a budget, we've had the president's speech, and now it is time to work.
Yeah, but is there clarity on where the country is headed, or it's still hazy?
No, in terms of economic trajectory, Simon and many people who are listening to me, we should know that this country has moved miles. We've reached at a point where if it was at the airport and you're a pilot, you know that the plane is already lit. They are telling you, please tighten your belt. If you look at this country, in terms of where we are, economically for us, when we are being told, we are told that there are 5 stages of economic growth. The first stage is the traditional society, maybe pre-1986 through 1985, thereabout. we reached a point which is called the precondition to take off. That precondition takeoff is a stage where you prepare yourself to go to a takeoff stage. And we are transiting that stage. We are at the tail end of it to the third stage, which is the takeoff stage, according to rosters.
Well, do you get a sense of newness in this new government?
I think what is new in this one is the strategy that the country has developed. From 2023, the country came up with the 10-fold growth strategy and identified sectors that they think can create that growth. The strategy is a 15-year strategy which defines the path where a country should move. If you have looked at the president's speech, if you've looked at the budget itself, it's anchored on that. And it's focusing on making sure NDP 4 and NRM strategy, which was the manifesto, are all in sync. So if you paid attention, you realize government has now shifted its spending those major 4 sectors. Sector number 1, they want to make sure that agriculture is developed. And you have seen the efforts which are being done.
Well, I'll certainly get back to you. Imam Eid, good to see you and very good morning. We've had quite a number of defining moments that have ushered in the 7th term for President Museveni. We had initially the Anita Among storm. How it fizzled out remains a big question. Then we've had the State of the Nation. The president has also named his cabinet. Some of the ministers designate were dropped. What kind of tone has been set for the 7th term? And do you see where we are headed?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Simon. Allow me to congratulate Honorable Walaikum Assalam, a long-time colleague in the sector of NGO, civil society. A very active person, and made, I think, a tremendous contribution to it. Congratulations. We hope the people who put trust in you will benefit from your presence. Not them only, but Ugandans, especially if you apply your knowledge that I am familiar with. And you don't become like many others who have joined. When they join Parliament, you sometimes wonder what happened, what went wrong. One of them is actually my professor, the one I admired, whom I thought if other things had remained constant, I would have loved to be like him. But when he joined politics and government, he's my professor. I can't just say who is that. But you just know one of my professors. Admirable, very, very informed person. One time I had to ask him the question, what happened when we met?
Privately?
Yes, I asked him, what happened? Actually, not private. It was, he was in a discussion during his Ramadan seminars, and we had invited him. He told him many things, which I see happen. But when people join the flight, as he was saying, sometimes the weather changes the thinking. So that said, you asked me...
the moments that have defined the 7th term for President Museveni and what they mean. The Anita storm, cabinet, State of the Nation, budget.
You know, I don't want to concentrate on discussing people, but was it really a storm? Or it could be a strategy aimed to hoodwink some people to think that something critical will take place. The way it is ending and what is moving on begins now to show us that probably it was not a storm, but they were just paving a way to clear certain things. the nation, the state of the nation address, that one has a lot of issues. If you critically looked at it, you may think there is nothing big. Actually, I didn't know that even we are going to talk about it, but you know, on page 3 of that, or from page 2, I think that's where the president begins. And he says, some people are already distorting it as a just no sleep. It is no more sleep. And to clarify the message, I should add no more corruption, obusikuzi, no more kukongola, leaning on your hoe when others are digging, no more kugumaza, then kuhuzya, diverting somebody's attention from the real target to a wrong target, no more kutuhenda, overburden us when we work and you are just sitting down, and no more politeness to non-performers who want leadership for their own ego and personal interests.
That's a statement of intent.
Which defines. When you look at all of them, and you add the last item you're asking, the way the cabinet was chosen, it has no tendon with this one, according to me. When I look at the members of cabinet, the choices, the placements in various sectors, okay, tells a lot or leaves a lot to be desired. And therefore, to me, I think even the cabinet was itself a kugumaza. The cabinet and the allocation of the positions.
Kugumaza is hoodwinking.
And this one is here, no more kugumaza. I am not borrowing any word from anywhere. I am picking from the president's statements. Okay? And the unfortunate part was in the very first paragraph of his statement, when he referred to Ugandans who have different ideas but could be helpful to develop this country, when he called them evil people. In spite of so many evil people that have been plotting to disturb the peace. These statements, to an ordinary mind, they seem to be okay. But as I have told you, according to many people,
I come with this hypothesis that says when the president declares that Chisanja, no more sleep, he sounds very deliberate on awakening.
Like he has been before. Like he has been before. Sometimes, you see, I listen to this. I looked at this one. That's why I took time, print it, bind it, and meaning not one copy, because this a time can come and they say you can lose it.
So you bound a
number of them and keep them in different places, so that when we keep referring to them and people begin to see what probably was not explicit in its records, you can lose it. Like the way I know, like there's a whole book which disappeared. But what I want to say is that the words are good, but the will to implement and see them done, depending on the selection and posting. You see, you could sometimes actually select very well, but you post it wrongly, and that one alone. There are people who have some elements of corruption which is not talking about, who are brought back. Then, in the preparation of a bigger succession and transition, then they prepared your minds in advance by going back at some 4 elderly families, and they appointed their children into positions. Sometimes some of them unknown to many people. Others seemingly they were not out of politics, but they were appointed. What was the purpose? I told you from this pulpit, if I can call so, that the elections my brother was talking about we are after two things: succession and transition. And according to our observations, President Museveni's transition and succession points to one position. And in order to make it easy, appoint a son of Moses Ali, appoint a daughter of our colleague Sempija, appoint a son of the late Ayume, and a daughter of our colleague Sam Kutesa. So that when we bring another one in the next position, nobody should make noise, because they have not make noise.
Dr. Wakida, do you imagine pundits like Imam Kasozi are dwelling so much and distorting the intention of President Museveni when he says, Chisanja, no more sleep?
You see, if you're a political scientist, you have to look at the realities. And I think that's what he's looking at. You're saying you want to jump, but have you prepared the wings to jump it there? And I think his question is relevant. But I think for me, what I want to focus on here is what is it that is before us as people of Uganda? What is that strategy that the president and the Minister of Finance put before us? The strategy which they have called the tenfold growth strategy.
Yeah, but before you even go to the literature, what obtains on the ground? Does Museveni have a team that speaks to the intent?
I wouldn't want to...
Does the mood in the country speak to the intent?
You see, the wrong perception we normally have is to think that politicians do much work of this country. Every ministry of Uganda has got very serious and technical people within those ministries. Now, what a politician does is to preside over the technical group.
Play oversight.
Oversight.
Ah, yes.
Absolutely. So the question you would be asking me is, does Uganda have technical people within their ministries to be able to do the right thing, to take the direction the politicians have given them?
Why not the ministers? Why wouldn't you take a peek into the qualifications of the ministers to see their competence to play oversight? Is it casual? Is being a minister a casual job?
In my view, the critical component of economic transformation is less of a politician, and it's more of the technical people placed in those positions in the ministries. I can tell you that if you have a very competent PS with all these commissioners and all the technical people in the Ministry of Health, even when there is no politicians up there, things will move. So I don't want us to dwell so much on who...
Just a second. So it doesn't really matter whether the minister is competent. Anyone can occupy any position, right?
That's why you'll find a minister of, a health officer, a doctor of such, being positioned in other ministries. That's why you'll find an engineer being positioned in a place where there is no engineering. The whole thing is, you are going to preside over very intelligent and clever professional people. Your work is to play only political oversight, not even a technical oversight in a political world.
So is there a competent and an incompetent minister? Or any minister can be a minister?
The incompetence, I think for me, I don't want to go into those.
No, it's necessary.
I am so much interested
You seem to downplay the essence of having a competent minister.
Let me tell you, everybody is skilled in the way God has given them the skills. I would expect that the president identified those people based on their competences, and they are placed in those ministries to do what he expects of them to do.
The president is ordinarily expected to assemble a team the cream de la cream to work with to advance his agenda, right?
Very true.
Does he have it? Does the current team really embody the interest of Chisanja, no more sleep?
I've avoided to look down on the ability of the president to identify people. And I don't want to sit on this radio and think that I can be able to say, you know, you appointed this one was not competent, you appointed this one was not competent. I would assume.
We are not dwelling on the persons.
We
are not being personal, but we are looking at a team.
I think for me, in his wisdom, those are people he wanted to work with. Those are people he appointed with all his knowledge and understanding that they will help us to move this country from where we are. Whether they are competent or they are less competent, it could be to us.
So is there a cause for expectation, for high expectations for the 7th term?
You know, the Bourbons, I would think that let every Ugandan work towards achieving the tenfold growth strategy. Let the government ensure that the money that we have budgeted for, the 84 trillion shillings, is put to proper use to transform this community called Uganda from a 50 billion economy to the 500 billion economy. For me, that should be the focus. Everybody can play their role in a different way. Let me explain to you, Simon.
Does it make sense to expect a lot from this, from a budget where 40% goes to debt refinancing? 30%
yes.
goes to paying salaries.
Yes.
And a paltry 30% is allocated towards infrastructure, agriculture.
You know, let me tell you. My first sitting in Parliament, we had to borrow. Borrowing is not a problem of this country. I have people talking about the debt burden. It's not a problem. You can borrow as much. The issue is when you borrow, where is that money going? It's the transformation of caused by that money that we should focus on, not how much we borrowed. I have been looking at
how you borrowed. Because even borrowing, what happened the day you were in Parliament, the day that loan was passed,
yes,
was irregular. This loan was never processed by the Budget Committee of Parliament. It just hit you as plenary.
Simon, there are things that happen. You see, a money economy, the money business, the transaction of money requires a certain time frame. If you ever got somebody who is willing to lend you money on terms that are acceptable, you do not wait beyond that time. Even banks here, there are periods when they say, now we are selling money at a cheaper price. Then time passes.
Patrick, Uganda borrowed for irrigation as an emergency.
Yes. It's not an emergency, actually. It's not an emergency.
Does it make sense to you?
Let me tell you. Drought itself is an emergency.
Yes, it is, but it is foreseeable.
It is a matter of identifying the source of money. Did they identify the source of money? What was the time given to them to process? The Parliament has not yet set committees. What do? The Speaker, the whole Parliament becomes a committee, as per the rules in Parliament, presided over by the Speaker.
You waive the rules?
Yes. You sit as the whole Parliament and determine that.
Well, we're taking a very short break. Certainly when we come back, Imam Eid Kasozi will rebut and also share his perspective on what tone is the seventh term for President Museveni starting. We'll be back. Welcome back. Still sharing an outlook on politics. What is currently defining the new government? Is there any sense, or rather is there cause for high expectations of Chisanja, no more sleep? Imam.
And I'm telling you, Kisanja Hakuna Mchezo has just ended. In order to go into Kisanja, no sleep.
No more sleep.
Can you?
No more sleep.
Yes, can you come out with any product that was really a result of Chisanja Hakuna Mchezo? There was only Mchezo. But that notwithstanding, you see, why I like Patrick raises a very pertinent issue, and he says technical people. These technical people largely are not empowered, and they are just occupying positions. They are just have the titles. They just have. They are just there, and we're always working under fear. Hence, failure to deliver. Several of them have also been accused of being corrupt. The way they award contracts, the way they decide who does what, all these lead to that. Then agriculture is being talked about. Fortunately, I'm in agriculture as a person. And I'm very certain agriculture, whether people want, even if we got fuel tomorrow, agriculture is still the backbone of Uganda's economy in all circumstances. Unfortunately, for the last 40 years or so, we largely paid a lip service. Even when we wanted to engineer it through technical people like Kinaro, we ended up going to operation with the creation by militarizing it, hoping that the military probably would do.
Why wouldn't you look at the 7th term as a new slate?
No, you see, I have said on this platform, and I will always remind you, I am a student of logic. In my class of philosophy, I studied logic. Logic says the premise is critical. When the premise is false, and the statement that follows it is false, you cannot have a true statement. That's why when the premise is false, and the statement is false, your conclusion will never be true. It will is also false. And that's what I have watched over time.
On what premise is the president starting?
And Chisanja no sleep. That's what he says. And then he adds...
That is a promise, not a premise.
And it is a premise. It is a premise.
The foundation.
Yes. That's,
the foundation is Chisanja Hakuna.
That's why he highlighted it. But when I look now at the statement put in based on appointments and placement, that's the statement. When I look at it, it is false in many circumstances and situations.
So can we say that President Museveni is starting on a false premise?
Yes. There are certain things he should have done before reaching this to help him move. I've said agriculture. Look, do we have extension workers? Because I have been in agriculture for the last 24 years.
Yeah, but there is a tenfold growth strategy that is now being hyped.
It has been always there. All those, because where are they based? They will tell you in Tandikwa. Didn't he speak about it?
Yes, he did.
Rural Fund, didn't he? Operation Rescue Creation, Emyoga, and now PDM. Can you as a journalist, even if you deployed all your team of investigative journalists, can you come out and say that this ever since these programs started, including NUSAF, these are 1,000 people who have positively made a critical change. Okay? The president substantiated, you see, PDM, which I don't oppose at all, but, and in the writing they will tell you, they have this PDM per parish, they have dispatched so far 500 million. I want us to take it, 500 million. What is your parish?
Chitala.
Chitala. What is, according to the population, what is the population of Chitala?
I need to get back.
No, it's just estimate.
By estimate,
Yes.
we could be about 200,000 people.
200.
Yeah, maybe.
Now, 200,000 divided by 500 million. How much money per person? You see, don't only look at those who have received.
40,000.
It cannot be 40,000. It's not possible. It cannot be. 200 people. You see, 200. We have 500 million. Like this. I want to do it here, practice so that, and we have 200,000 people. Is it not so? This is our 200,000, yes. 200,000.
That's
yes.
25,000.
So you remove the 5 zeros, and we remove also here 5 zeros. So you remain with 5,000 divided by 2. In essence, for your parish, each person received 2,500 shillings. In essence.
No, it's not money to be given to.
I know.
Let me
What infrastructure? If it was it, did it go into infrastructure? Because you know, me, I work in 6 parishes in Uganda. Oh, I am connected where I live. I have 2 homes in 2 different parishes. I have 4 projects in 4 different parishes, and I have where I was born. So 7. I have searched in all those. I don't see any result. And the reason is because you don't have extension workers to do this one. 2, centers that could before moved such a programs to move. Tell me, an operating district farm institute.
Okay.
Tell me, lastly, tell me one-stock farm that those who are in this area can go here.
Why
and
don't
then we
you
advance.
look at this as a new slate? It's a new government.
I told you I am a student of history, and we base on history to help you explain the future.
Okay.
I use what we call
Logic.
Logic, not logic alone. Appreciative inquiry.
Dr. Wakida, do you imagine that the president is haunted by the past performances and past flaws in the new term?
You know, and I like that Dr. Kasozi, my colleague, Mr. Kasozi, my very long-term friend, is a student of history. History has got benchmarks. It's only when you decide, just you decide and say, nothing has happened in this country, that you can say this country has come from nowhere. If you look at our performance in terms of tax to GDP ratios, 15 years ago, you'll appreciate that this country has been growing, that this country has been laying foundation for everybody now to start to say there is something. When I returned in this country, to drive from here to Mbale was a problem. To drive from here to Kisoro was a problem. The infrastructure has been laid. The power supply, electricity, was very small.
Do you also want to look at NDP3 and the outcome? Where government itself says they performed under 30%.
Which is okay.
For NDP3.
Which is okay. Let me tell you, every time you have a strategy, you learn from it. Have they learned why they did not perform 50%?
As a researcher,
yes.
What does 30% mean to you?
The
performance of 30%.
It represents a failure
Okay.
in that strategy.
Thank you.
And therefore, you begin to go back and say, wait a minute, we're supposed to have achieved this number of indicators. Why did we not?
Has there been that introspection? Because there seems to be a sense of continuity.
When you
listen to the tone of the president.
No. When you look at the tenfold growth strategy, it envisages 15 years from now, and it's telling you that we must raise our tax to GDP ratio to this much, to 25% from 13%. We must ensure that people move away from exporting raw materials to processed materials to collect our BOT.
Okay. Is it embedded in the president's State of the Nation and the budget speech? Because, like Imam says, the president laid a premise and made a statement, and they are both false.
No, I think for me, unless if you did not pay attention to the president's statement, in fact, the whole of the president's statement is embedded within the tenfold growth strategy. The man was talking about we needed to have technical institutes to train people so that we have manpower. We needed to go industrialization so that we
these are
export
rhetorical
more.
remarks.
No,
The president
to
has
the
always
contrary.
said these
You
things.
see, Simon, I was like you until when I started working with Uganda Investment Authority, and I did a history back. From 40 industries in this country 10 years ago, we are now talking about 600 or so industries. Move to Namave here. You realize that this country has moved into that process. All of the books you have, which we used to, to get from Kenya, are now made here. All of the drinks, from water to, to soda to beer, we are manufacturing it here. The problem is when you blind yourself with an opposition mind, you may never see what this country is doing. Now, this country has moved miles. There are still things to be done. And we need all of us to focus on that and say, okay, you've laid this foundation, but the plane is taking off. Where are we?
Okay.
For me, that's the point I want us to
What
make.
is the state of the foundation? Is it shaky, firm, or reassuring?
You see, let me explain to you the broader strategy. He's saying we want to go manufacturing. We want to go ICT. We want to go innovation. But we must also promote enablers. The enablers are good roads, so people can transport their goods. Enough power, energy, so that industry work 24
Are
hours.
you hearing these things for the first time?
No, you see, this is what I've just told you, that there is something happening. The problem is that we had a very big problem, which the country has grappled with, has tried to do it. Of course, the other problem has been stealing of public funds. Now, when I hear these people say we are going to stop that bleeding, that corruption must stop, then all of us should fight to make sure that the money sent to my district, if it is 1 billion for the roads, it should do exactly that. If it's electricity,
Okay.
I must have the electricity supplied for my company.
Dr. Okida,
Yes,
you say it's time to stop corruption
yes.
and reappoint people whose names have been implicated in corruption scandals.
Simon, until when somebody has been sentenced, you cannot just assume. This is an era of social media. They can attach anything to you. If not proved, if not tried, it would be very speculative.
Okay. We've had the Mabati scandal.
Yes.
And the implicated individuals whose files were later withdrawn by the DPP, in the wisdom of the DPP, the files were closed and withdrawn.
And
They are back in cabinet.
And again, you want to accuse yourself of seeing such people. Why were files withdrawn? How I wish you
Because they were baseless. The allegations.
I just
people
want-
who came out and
I
confessed.
just want you to interrogate that. I like Kasozi's statement. It says, the intention and the essence. The intention and the essence. And if you focus on that philosophically, you understand why some of those people come back. And I don't want to go into those. For me, I want to focus on the way forward for this country.
Imam Eid, as we get out of here, the president raises a very critical issue. He says, this time, I'm rallying even the opposition to come in and help with the supervision so that we move together. Isn't that a brotherly call that you should embrace?
I am rallying even the opposition.
Yes. They have been criticizing us, and now...
You see, coming in, I can open my door and you come into my house. You can even sit there, just for casual purposes. This is what I have seen. I think President Museveni, ever since we became multi-party, I think it is only maybe 2 terms or so that there was no opposition, if we want to use the word, in his cabinet. Since then, they have been there. But they are there temporarily. Actually, some of them, I think, deliberately, to destroy them. Give them. And sometimes even when he is rallying, what material does he also get from this? When he's rallying, is it a negotiation with the powers they be or individuals? And then you are confused.
No. He's urging the opposition, members of parliament particularly, to get down and monitor government funding.
But how many are they? In the parliament of 500 people, there are only 78. 78 approximately. What percentage is that one? So when you look at these ones, can they influence anything? Actually, if he had said, I have convinced my team, and my team is ready to work, even if the opposition came and opposed, he would work. But unfortunately, that is not the intention.
Okay, do you see any shift from the old Museveni to the new Museveni, who is now sounding bells of cracking the whip on corruption?
I have not seen it. A person who was addressing his nation, and he referred to them as evil. Evil. There are many people in this country who have good ideas. They are not opposing per se. You see, I have said that I am about to avoid discussions of this nature, of controversy. I want to be involved in discussions of development because I have made an attempt as a person and I know where I have reached. You see, I started by buying a small piece of land, 20 acres. It kept growing. Now it is about $150. So the acres. I started with a small garden of pineapple fruits, which was about 2 acres. Now I can say at a given good time, I have 30 acres plus. From that one, I started by selling my pineapples as they were, fresh and raw from the what? Today.
These are the success stories that Wakida is talking about.
Today, those are my personal things. I have never been visited by any, that's what I'm telling you. I have never been visited. How do you do this one? How can we encourage the neighbors in PDM, for example, to work for you to become a focus? I'm not asking for any resources from them, but to work because I personally need them to work. If my drying fruit factory, or it's not yet a factory. You know, sometimes what they call industries and factories here, they are amazing. Because I know I'm operating from a smaller room, but it makes a lot of sense, you see, to ensure, so that we remove the middlemen and put the people, help the people, that when I pick fruits from my neighbors, I am not buying from them. I want to sell for them.
Well,
therefore, meaning they also gain from
so you
their
don't
faith.
see any shift
It is lacking.
from the old to the new?
It is lacking.
Are you seeing a new era from old to new?
Let me tell you, even every pilot must have a compass. This country, for the first time, we seem to have a compass where we are going. Everybody must look into that direction and say, This is where we are going. And this is what we need to do. I hear... Yes.
You know, I don't know where you were in 1986.
Yes.
I was here. I was already out of university. I was even in public service. We were introduced to a 10-point program. What happened to it? You see, this business of all of these words, Myoga, PDM, wealth creation, all mean the same thing.
Simon.
But at every stage, we are introducing some people just to pick some salaries and then
I think you risk becoming a pessimist.
I've just had my friend Kasozi enumerate to the fact that now he started with a very small farm of pineapples. Now he's progressing. That's good. And that's what everybody should be encouraged. What Mr. Kasozi now wants to see is who can buy my pineapples and process them. And in fact now, do you know that we are processing pineapples? The other day I went to the supermarket and I bought jackfruit, dried jackfruit. I bought
I will give you my dried pineapple.
Now you see, that is progress.
And that progress is not backed by the state.
Now, what you need to do is to ensure that there is a market for your product. And I think that's important. Mm-hmm. The environment for you to sell your pineapples must be there. Because you see, without demand, you won't continue to sell.
I know.
You need that. You need security. You need security of your factory or your industry that you're in. And I think the state has been playing a good role. You need good roads so that you can transport from wherever you're producing
no good
to the
road
market.
From my farm.
And that's what you need. That's what you need. You need to engage.
And they have promised to work on it for the last 10 years. It is not worked.
Engineer Kasozi, my friend Kasozi, Imam Kasozi, I want us to focus on things that we can do than the things that failed. When you talk about the 10-point program,
yes,
it produced where we are. Now we are talking about, we've reduced it to the 10-fold growth strategy.
You see, lastly, I was taken back when the president stated that in the 50s, there was no money economy in Ntungamo.
Yes.
I don't want to say that it is the president told a lie. But
it was. It was a problem.
It wasn't. I was born in Ntungamo district. I have migrated from it. I was born from there. How, if there was no money economy, how did my great-grandfather have ability in the 1920s to construct an iron sheets roofed house? How did my grandfather in 1933 be able to buy a car? How did, if there's no economy of that nature, what is the president talking about? He's talking about a group of people. For them, they were just looking after the animals, and that was the
Gentlemen, we need
even
to get out of here.
Meat
I want to thank you very much, Imam Id Kasozi, and thank you, Dr. Patrick Wakida. The big question remains, as government, the 7th government takes root, what are the defining things that will get the ball rolling?
It is 9th.
Let's hear from you. Have a lovely day and cheers.
Better study tips. Stay ahead of scams with double-check URLs before entering login credentials. Scammers create fake websites that look real, aiming to steal your data. Always verify the web address to stay safe. In partnership with Uganda Communications Commission and NBS.
The government says Uganda's economy is entering a new phase of growth as economic growth is estimated at 6.4% this financial year and is projected to accelerate to 10.2% in 2026-2027, marking Uganda's return to double-digit growth for the first time in decades.
GDP per capita is projected to increase to United States dollars 1,420, equivalent to approximately Uganda shillings 5.1 million per person.
This, according to the Finance Minister Henry Musasizi, is due to the fact that the speed at which prices of goods and services, which economists call inflation, remain low at 3.8%, while exports, tourism, remittances and foreign investment earnings continue to rise.
Government remains committed to safeguarding and expanding this vital source of foreign exchange and jobs.
The economy is now valued at 250.4 trillion shillings, approximately $69.3 billion by the end of June 2026, with government arguing that major investments in infrastructure, agriculture and industry are beginning to pay off. Because of these huge prospects, the government plans to spend 84.39 trillion shillings. However, Ugandans may have to work much harder to raise 45.6 trillion shillings, as this is the highest revenue collection target URA has ever been given since it was established. 1.44 trillion shillings is expected to come out of petroleum revenues, even when the Ugandan government is already holding a 126.19 trillion shillings debt. As of December 2025, it plans to borrow 11.97 trillion shillings more from domestic sources. Government also plans to spend 13.97 trillion shillings to finance its maturing debt instruments. External borrowing for general budget financing is projected at 1.22 trillion shillings, while the government of Uganda will borrow 11.27 trillion shillings from international markets for external financing for projects. On the spending side, security remains the single largest allocation, taking a lion's share of 10.21 trillion shillings.
Mr. Speaker, peace, security, and rule of law are the foundations of development. Without peace, you cannot create prosperity. Without security and the rule of law, there is no investment.
Transport infrastructure takes the second place with 8.79 trillion shillings as the government continues investing in roads, railways, airports.
Well, there you have it. You have a budget of 84.3 trillion shillings, with a big chunk of that going to security. We'll break down what that security means. I've just seen comments online saying there's a lot of donations in that budget. The Chief Justice has donations, the Speaker, the Deputy, the President. Where does that money go if it cannot pay medical in turn? So the questions lingering on people's mind. But the 12th Parliament is being born and forming. The dust is settling. Yet 107 seats, nearly 1/5 of the entire House, hung in balance. Petitions alleging electoral malpractices that strike at the very heart of the legitimacy of this Parliament. Names like Fred Ruhindi here in Nakawa, Minsa Kabanda in Kampala, Sodo Kaguta in Sembabale, and others now echo in courtrooms. Their fates threatening to reshape the foundation before the dust even settles. Before the walls are even raised, ghosts of the past election are haunting Parliament now. We'll discuss the petitions in just a bit. Yesterday, an 84 trillion shillings budget was unveiled, and that is an audacious blueprint, heavy with investment on the standard gauge railway, AFCON hosting, and transformative infrastructure. These are the choices that will define generations to come. Bold leaps towards progress. The president says he's looking at 10% growth in the next financial year and projecting 6.4% in the current financial year of 2026-2027. And yet, a burden that will now test how resilient we are as a nation as we battle an Ebola outbreak. So for Parliament, there's formation on one side, dust is settling, but there's contestation on the other with 107 electoral petitions. And then for the budget, there's investment on one side in infrastructure projects like AFCON hosting, sports tourism, then you have the standard gauge railway and oil on the horizon, but also a burden of new taxes on the other side. This is the NBS Media Roundtable. I have a terrific panel to discuss all this. And let me introduce my panel. Alex Ataire, good to have you on the Media Roundtable.
Good morning, Canary, and I am happy to be here. Good morning to all the viewers out there. Thanks for having me again.
Derek Wandela, always a pleasure having you on the Media Roundtable.
It's always a pleasure being here, and thanks for having me this morning, Andre.
Isaac Imaka, thanks for making time.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to always come over and say something about our economy, about our country.
Veteran Richard Baguma, I don't know whether you are part of the Heroes Day celebrations, but good to have you on the panel this morning.
As always, God first. The Almighty, I really thank Him. The All-Forgiving for enabling all of us to be here yet again, and request that He guides our mouths as we go on.
So that we don't get out with people waiting at the entrance.
No, they actually don't even wait. They let you first to relax, and they pounce.
I've hosted panels where people have been arrested immediately after the show.
I have friends who have been waited upon.
Alex, let's begin on the petitions, 107 of them. There's going to be quite something. But from the, I think it was January of this year, I saw the principal judge ordering that all electoral petitions be handled from the center. So that means, should we expect some fast tracking of the cases and all? But you have a whole fifth, that is 1 out of 5 of the whole House, 107 out of 529 members of Parliament. Petitions. We have big names. Fred Ruhindi, who was just bounced back in Parliament, being challenged here in Nakawa East. You have Sodo Kaguta in Sembabule. You have all these victories being challenged. Misa Kawanda in Kampala being challenged by Lewis Rubongoya. Just in Namere. There are quite many. What do you foresee? Yes, no, but
yeah. So, well, thank you. I think the election cycle ends when the disputes are resolved. And this is a challenge on the judiciary to show that they can handle these disputes in the shortest time possible. I would think that naturally they should be able to handle this under 1 year. But as you know, we have a new Chief Justice, so I hope that they will come with some impetus to put some urgency in handling of some of these important matters, because without handling 107 is quite a number, and I hope that the judiciary will be able to make this a priority, because people went to elections, others are not satisfied with how the Electoral Commission conducted the process, and it is only fair that you handle these and give them a verdict, because some of these people are even like Namera are ministers, so it is going to be very interesting to see how the judiciary handles this. We shall be watching, but we hope that they are able to handle this. But basing on the previous precedents, some of these disputes take even as long as 3 years. I hope it will not be the case this time.
Right. Dick, one of the electoral petitions brought the ghetto to Parliament, the rise of Bobi Wine. In 2017, Apollo Kantinti's victory challenged. He was under the FDC ticket in Chadondo East. He was challenged by Mwadankunyinji.
I mean, Sebalu.
Sebalu, yes, the NRM Sebalu.
Yes.
And then Mwadankunyinji later became MP after Bobi Wine. But Bobi Wine took that home, and we saw the rise. So electoral petitions in one way or another are quite a dispute to look out for.
Henry, you and me were in the field on the polling day on the 15th of January this year, and there was it left no scintilla doubt that there are certainly going to be very many electoral petitions. You and me weren't allowed to access certain polling stations, and one would wonder what was happening in there. And people who came out of there told of so many stories about ballot stuffing and stuff that was happening in there. And if I see as many, probably I'm surprised there are this few. There could have been even more. I know of MPs who just gave up and gave in without saying I'm going for a petition, especially people who had been in Parliament for a long time, the likes of Abdul Katuntu probably had very good grounds to petition, but because of the seniority, the number of years he's been in Parliament, he just gave up and gave in. And many others. It's not surprising, therefore, that we have that number of MPs. But, you know, there's always a silver lining on every dark cloud. And probably that's why you bring the anecdote of the story in Chadondo, how we got to Ghetto into Parliament after singing severally about it. You look at the story of electoral petitions in this country, and it has every twists and turns. I will give you an example of then MP in Rubaga South. That was the late Katolu Bwama. There was one term Katolu Bwama ruled us with a heavy petition on his head for the entire term, and the term ended, and you know the case had never been concluded. So it's not cast in stone that probably these are going to be these petitions are going to be heard to the conclusion in record time. The judiciary has always cried about case backlog, about understaffing, about underfunding, and whether that is a reason for Ugandans to not get justice in one way or the other, or even get the leaders that they have voted for in power, is one of the discussions we probably need to have. But yes, petitions come with very many twists, and like it brought the Ghetto to Parliament, probably we could see we could get some better, you know, some better people in Parliament. I've seen this Parliament averagely good. There are just a few names here and there that you look at and winch a bit, but on a good ground, probably this is one of the parliaments that the people are looking out for and going to task them with a lot of quality in terms of debating and delivering.
So you're saying the petitions are a good way to improve quality?
Absolutely, because some of the people who went through as MPs in different and various constituencies, like had their names announced on gunpoint, you know, because of the connections they have here and there in the army or even in government or whatever. And they have since showed how petty, how elementary, and how, you know, archaic they are in delivery of in the just 2 or 3 sittings so far, we have already put them on the weighing scale. Probably they are going to improve. Maybe they are going to go on consultations and stuff like that, but we need people who come and spark from day one.
Isaac, the petitions in arising from the 2016 election, I remember covering the by-election, Paul Mwiru victory. I remember covering the by-election that brought Asuman Basaira's victory. Then we went to Arua, Cassiano Wadri's victory. That gave the rise, and that was after the victory of Bobi Wine. It gave the People Power movement quite a leap into Uganda's politics. We're looking into names like Chris Baryomunsi victory being challenged, Minsa Kabanda, we have Kaberuka James, Yusuf Chiruta Nkeretanyi. All these names are being challenged. Do you see a year from now new names in Parliament?
Well, first of all, petitions is always a mixed bag of expectations, and that is informed by usually the status of the person being challenged. You have a minister, you have someone who's connected, and then you have a random MP who probably maybe just got luck and won, but someone is challenging them. You have the interest of the government or the party, the ruling party, and that's why you see that the examples you've cited, Paul Mwiru and Jinja, Basalirwa in Bujiri, they attracted so much attention that even the courts of law, had to expedite the hearings. But in a situation where either the party is not interested, or the party wants to keep their person in, or the minister is so influential and they can just find their way of ensuring that court keeps postponing and postponing and postponing, you may not really get justice for whoever has gone to court. But it will be very interesting to see what happens. And I would be happy to have new faces coming in, because then it also tell us that if you break the law during the elections, I mean, you can be thrown out. But where you have a situation that is unlike the presidential petitions, where we have a set time frame where you must report, go to court, file a petition, and the court must dispense of that petition. For Parliament, I mean, you can go for 4 years without really having the issue set aside. We need an intervention that then sets a time frame, because we can't keep politicking. A constituency cannot be in politics for 5 years or for 4 years, because then people won't be served. The person who is in court will have an excuse for not representing these people very well, because you tell them, you guys, I spent 3 years being challenged, so give me this other term so that I can go and work and represent you. So I wish Parliament itself, because I mean, it's where laws are made, they should amend and ensure that maybe all petitions are handled in the first 1 year, so that we know that if Isaac is in Parliament and he's been challenged, either he wins or he's sent back to the people to ask for a fresh mandate, and you have 4 years to work for the people. So,
but this is what I can't understand, but that's what the law is, that a presidential petition can be handled within, I think, the first 60 days or something, and then a petition from Parliament cannot be handled in the first 1 year.
You know?
Can go as far as 3 years.
So the MPs, but also, this is where it gets interesting. You know, so many people make money from these petitions. Even the people who petition. You know, someone can just say, you know what, let me take this MP to court, and because they're going to get so much money, well, you give me a cut. Some people just, I don't want to mention names, but I know someone in Ginger who really just traded his petition. Yeah? So they go into these things to just make money. So there must be a serious intervention that says, if you really are serious about this, going to court, 1 year, it is sorted. So that people can go back to elections, or we move forward. You're going to be surprised I won't be surprised that in Kampala here, you never hear the final ruling about Mr. Kabanda. Yeah, I mean, she's a minister, she's influential. But if we had a set time frame, and we know that in 1 year, Honorable Bongoya will know whether he's winning or he's supposed to go back and try again in 2031, that would be, also it saves money. It saves money, but it works for the voters, because then the voters will have their representatives representing them.
Richard, if we go back to that election, if you remember very well, what happened? Internet blackout. Even anyone who could be or could have been gathering evidence months later could have given up. Do you think it's deliberate?
So, first of all, there should have been a petition around the presidential elections themselves. So if you have a fifth of the parliamentary, then it means you should have one up. Because if you collect all these and they're all quarreling, it means then there is a quarrel.
There was one petition, but later withdrawn.
Yeah, I mean.
It was an inside job.
So my neighbor here has just said that the people trade with petitions. So maybe it was also trading. The second thing is we all kind of seem to speak from the point that it is only the incumbent who is not interested in having the petition concluded. But the one who is challenging may also not want to have the petition concluded. So you will adjudicate it at the first level, and they will escalate it to the next level, and then it will take longer. Because how many high court circuits do we have, for example? 40, 30, something? So if it gets escalated, then it will go on. We know I think it was the case of the Honorable Sematin that went on for. Yes, we know these ones, which he has also mentioned, where the incumbent stays in Parliament and the appeal process takes so long. So it's not concluded at the court of first instance where it's put. It can stay. That is the first thing. The second thing is that when you look at the allegations and accusations, many of them were in the public realm, really. But the thing is, having concrete evidence to have them pass the legal requirements that's where there is a challenge. And I think we are going to see very many of them collapse. We may see one or two of them or whatever come through. That does not really, in my view, change anything. In fact, Canary, I have been disagreeing with the notion that it is a by-election that brought the ghetto to Parliament. The ghetto had already surrounded Parliament. Either we were not seeing it or we were pretending about it. And if you look at this commander-in-chief of ours, he saw the ghetto surrounding him. And you could see the nature and type of deployment, both in political tactics, in money investments, and security deployment. You could see that for him, he had seen that the ghetto had surrounded us. So I don't really think it's just that electoral petition, no. The ghetto had come and it would express itself in one way or the other. So there, I don't think much will change even when you have 20%.
So sometimes when you have new victories rising out of petitions, you have new faces come to Parliament, you have, there's sort of like a shake-up.
Yeah.
Because just imagine it.
I agree, Canary.
Just imagine it. You've spent 5 years campaigning on ground, and then you've gone through a tough election. Like Derek here said, some victories were announced on gunpoint. If, for example, you hear the story of what happened in up-country constituencies, like in Lira, usually speak to Jimmy James Sakena of UPC and said, I wanted to split myself into 12 pieces to make sure I fight for a victory this side, fight for a victory this side. The wife is also fighting for the victory on the other side. It was such a highly contested election amid an internet blackout, because, you know, with internet, it's easy to coordinate and then deployment of the military. And now that you've settled, you're even done swearing in, and then that there is a petition.
Yeah.
It's such a shake-up in Parliament.
No, there's not going to be a shake-up, nothing. There may be a few, but even then, they won't change anything. The situation has moved on. That kind of is, for me, is very clear. The situation has moved on. One or two faces may change, and that's it. And there will be nothing, really.
Okay. Alex, I know one member of Parliament who immediately they were done swearing in, they went to a bank just close to Parliamentary Avenue to ask for a 5 billion shillings loan. And they told them, your election has been challenged, we're not going to give you money. And that...
part of the due diligence of the banks, of course.
Yes.
These elections
it has
in
turned
Uganda,
down many
they have
members
become
of Parliament.
so expensive. I was looking at Julius Muchunguzi of the Electoral Commission, submitting one of the forums that sometimes people spend up to 2 billion shillings to become a member of Parliament. Then you wonder where they are going to get the money from. And that's the reality now, is that then when they are MPs, they are going to try to get money from all those sources, including money sharks. So that has been a cycle. That has been a cycle. I'm not surprised that somebody is looking for a loan of 5 billion shillings. But that said and done, I think with Parliament now sworn in and all the MPs sworn in, ex-officials sworn in, I think it is, as I said in my first submission, it's a challenge to the systems to clear some of these disputes. So the judiciary needs to put their best foot forward and either put a special team to clear these petitions or to give us a program on how they are going to handle some of all these many petitions. As I said, as very many panelists have said, you know, some of these elections were so contentious. Some of these winners, the announcements were so contentious. And, you know, the background is that on that day, the Electoral Commission has all their hands full. And some of these things, they are not able to resolve them properly. Some of the issues in the elections are overwhelming for the Electoral Commission. So some of these petitions also, it is a way of people getting justice beyond the inability of the Electoral Commission handling the elections. So we, all our eyes will be on the judiciary to see how fast they can resolve this. Of course, precedent shows that some of these petitions can take even as long as 5 years. But we don't know whether the judiciary is up to the task of resolving these issues quite very quickly.
You know, Richard said something profound, that it's not true that the two parties, because there's the petitioner and then there's the one who is being petitioned against. It's not true that the one who is being petitioned against, for example, the one who secured victory, that they have no interest in the petition. Sometimes there are people moving with briefcases saying, you know, we can challenge that person and get some money out of him. Sometimes the person challenging, it's not really about justice.
It's not about justice. This has manifested, and if we are to be frank, quite to be frank and honest, when there was a race for speaker, the first time when there was a race, we saw a lot of energy into a petition against Honorable Norbert Mao, and it was analyzed that the background to that petition was something to do with the race for the speaker. So there are those scenarios, of course, there are those scenarios. There are people who don't like each other. Some of them, you have seen the contestations about people becoming ministers. Some of them want the slots. And some of them are going to sponsor the opponents to continue causing problems. So there are those scenarios that happen. My experience is that those scenarios happen. But also my experience is that some of the elections are, for example, if you see Zimbabwe, from the word go, I think the council, is it Jet? Just to whoever they say the election, he cannot agree with it. And it was clear that he was always going to go to court, Zimbabwe. And there are also other areas where people were so discontented with the outcome of the announcements that it was clear that they are going to court. But there are also some other scenarios where people are playing politics of sponsoring opponents. And the best example is the petition against Honorable Mao. We don't know whether, with the speaker's race decided whether that one is going to die, but let's wait and see.
Derek, I know we could have a new faces, just maybe 1 or 2 or 3 out of the 107, or even 5 or even 10, and Parliament, you know, resumes and continues normally. But the petitions, could they be used as a tool to drive change in our electoral system? Because we are talking about justice in an electoral process.
Maybe to just differ a little bit from my senior, Richard Baguma, I don't think these elections can be taken, the by-elections can be taken lightly. I'll just draw some context for him. Since 2018, when the opposition won the Arua municipality MP seat with the Honorable Kassiano Wadri, it was until 2025 in the by-elections of Kawempe that opposition won another seat. And within there had been dozens of by-elections. And all of them, the NRM had won. So if you have 107, President Museveni, who is becoming more tired with time, will need every number in Parliament on his side. So as we sit here and say this is all done and dusted, there are so many election petitions against the opposition, they are probably in their 30s. And I don't think that President Museveni won't be, or even the NRM won't be very interested in these particular seats. I know these election petitions are going to be selective in which one is going to be maybe like dormant per se, and which one is going to be vigorous. But you know, by-elections are, you know, very, by-elections are very, you know, highly intense because they draw all the attention to that particular constituency, especially after the petition and stuff like that. In my view, there's going to be a lot of fracas, and we are going to get not just 5 new faces of 6. We could get even 30 new faces because of the interest for the numbers in Parliament, one, but also the fact that many opposition politicians have been challenged in court. So for us to see 107 election petitions and say it's all done and dusted and we're going to get 2-3 faces, I don't think it's going to happen that way. Does it change our election trajectory? I actually don't think. We've had election petitions here forever, and all they have done is to show how undemocratic we can become. I don't know whether my brother here, Isaac, petitioned because he was in the race in the last election. But trust you me, if a certain group of people who have and wield power in all manner of ways want this particular seat, they will certainly make sure that this election goes through the entire petition process and then comes back and then they take that seat. So it's not just that we are sitting here and burying our heads in the ground. Our electoral reform, our elections need reforms. We need reforms like yesterday because, trust you me, out of the 107, there could be more than 30 new faces, depending on who is interested in which seat. Is it going to be fair, free and fair? No. When people said we want Kampala, they took Kampala. They took Kampala by everything, you know. I was around Kampala. I traversed the entire Kampala, and I saw what was happening. So it's not just about like whether it's going to change our electorate. It's just about who has the interest for what.
Right.
And I know that that's where we have been. That's how we've treated the elections. And I don't even think that the will of the people is ever going to be asserted on this country, apart from when we have certain few changes. Well, maybe major changes.
To just say it with your chest. And now we're going to take a break. When we return, we're going to talk about the budget. Last time I covered a by-election. I swore never to return to a by-election. And that was in Kawempe.
But also,
that was in Kawempe.
Are you saying you are going to deny coverage to by-elections?
No. I said
him
me.
as a person.
I said me.
I'm asking Canada that you are going to deny your skills to by-election. We are going to miss that. Just go ahead. You have to be on the front line.
I should have been there in Kawempe, but let's take a break. When we return, let's talk about 84 trillion shillings budget. It's such a nice figure to speak about. I mean, it's the first time Uganda is passing such a figure, 84 trillion shillings. But what is in it for me and you? And what does this figure actually mean? Let's break it down after the break. You're watching the Media Roundtable, and there's been a discussion here during the ad break about the World Cup. We'll have that conversation maybe as we conclude this debate. But let's now get into the national budget, 84 trillion shillings. When you look into the comparisons of the East African budgets, Ugandan budget is actually way higher than the Tanzanian budget, and yet the Tanzanian economy is way bigger than the Ugandan economy, and slightly lower than the Kenyan economy. Rwanda budget slightly way lower than the Ugandan one, but that's not the point. The point is, okay, fine, 84 trillion shillings has been passed, so then what? Alex, for a gentleman who does makes chapati, white flour price is up, cooking oil price is up, sugar is up, and when I go to buy a Rolex, I expect it to buy it at the same price of 2,000. And yet, the pinch will be felt by him if he had been making 100 chapatis a day using maybe 50,000. Now he has to put in a little more and yet still sell the same chapati or Rolex at the same price. How do you see this budget affecting the normal Ugandan itself?
I like my OBs at the Monitor. They wrote quite a good headline. This is a budget that gives and takes away. But of course, all these things, the devil is always in the detail. The budget is about how does it affect me as Alex Atwaire, or me as somebody who is a chapati maker or somebody in the lower echelons of the economy. And I am very sure that my elder brother Baguma is going to be happy with the increase on the exercise duty on alcohol. You would even have needed some a bigger one. Yeah, and then duty on registration of border. Those are good things, but that tax on cooking oil, sugar, I think there is also an increase on fuel, and you know currently there is a problem with conflict between the US and Iran. There is closure of the Strait of Hormuz. So I think it's a budget that has tried to give to tourism, to agriculture, whatever that means, peace and security, and infrastructure in the transport. But when it comes to how it affects me as the common person, somebody some time back challenged me that I am not a Muntu. I should remove myself from that equation. But
well, I mean, you can't be earning 10 million above and you call yourself Muntu.
There are people who are earning. There are some people who are buying Rolls Royce. So really, when you compare myself with those ones, I am a Muntu. So I think quite frankly, the exercise duty on commodities that help us in the essential commodities that help that affect us in our daily undergoings. I think it is a takeaway. I think it is. It doesn't make the budget look very good.
Right. Isaac, I want to bring in here the budget that gives and takes, like Alex describes it. There's a lot of things. Do you think the ordinary person is going to feel the pinch of the new tax measures?
Yeah, they have always, I mean, it's always, when two bulls fight, the grass always takes the pinch. The budget, the biggest so far in our history as a country, you said well that close to Kenya's, just slightly above Tanzania. But with 80 trillion and 40, half of that is supposed to come from us Ugandans, through taxes. When I was looking at the budget, I looked out for where is most of the money going. Use an example of the chapati guy in Namlesa. You know, 2 days ago I was appointed, I'll be focusing on promoting and pushing efforts for industrialization and private sector development in Busoga region. And for me,
is that an appointment on the kingdom?
No, not the kingdom. Busoga Consortium, which is domiciled at the Vice President's office. And for me, so I'm looking at, when I saw the budget, I was like, the chapati seller, the chapati business person, the woman running a kiosk. And then you have so much money going to a few individuals or businesses. And little money, I think 150 billion shillings, that you're saying is for entrepreneurship. Now, why the budget is going to be felt by these two people who are trying to do business is because you've not helped them to formalize their business so that they can actually also pay some bit of tax. So you're looking for ways of how people can pay, let me call it informal tax, how people can pay tax by widening the tax base, but now increasing the price of flour, increasing the price of sugar, increasing the price of all the things that they use. What we need to do to help this common person is, instead of giving so much money, for example, to dairy farmer, yeah, so much money to entities that for now, for the next 5 years, may not have a direct correlation to helping the common man, let us put money in promoting entrepreneurship and let people, the chapati guy, access that money to grow the business. If they do that, then they can afford to, pay you some money as a government through tax. And Alex talked about the whiskey. You cannot, and he will be happy that whiskey is probably expensive, but Ugandans will continue drinking. But now the problem is to their health, because the happiest person when the price of whiskey is going up is the person dealing in adulterated whiskey. Because then if whiskey is expensive, 100% tax, it's like you're going back to times of prohibition. Now you're going to have black market adulterated whiskey on the market. Now people are going to be consuming that unhealthy whiskey because they can't afford the expensive whiskey. Because you're making it expensive, or the taxes are high, but you don't have control to stop wrong whiskey from getting into the hands.
And unregulated alcohol has quite a big share on
exactly
on the market.
So at the end of the day, the Ugandan who is going to the bar every evening after a hard day's work, he's being taxed so much money through all these introductions, but also his happiness is being affected because it's going to take adulterated whiskey.
So Richard should go slow and celebrate.
Yeah, celebrating, because at the end of the day, it's going to have a sick population.
No, we're going to come, Richard. Richard, we're going to come.
Of the alcohol industry, please stop him. He's really,
we're going to come.
He's really misinforming the public.
I thought you fought for freedom of expression.
Exactly.
But to misinform, not freedom of misinformation.
At the end of the day. Meanwhile, by the way, at the end of the day,
Please.
at the end of the day, before Vakuma takes me off tangent, at the end of the day, the budget, and I've seen so many interesting things in the budget. We have security is going to getting so much money. We have the PDM. The PDM has been given a good share, but are people really accessing all these the money? How are people accessing PDM? If PDM is announced that it's having all these over 300 billion, and people on the ground are saying, but we can't access PDM. You know, at the end of the day, you have so much money now. Every financial year, people are telling us we are sending back money to government because we've not been able to use it. So for me, the sugar can increase, the flour can increase, the price of cement can increase, but if you do not help the enterprising Ugandan by helping them access capital, helping them access training for business development, then you're going to have a problem where you're taxing people, but they're not making money in the businesses that they're doing.
You raise a profound point that people are actually earning, but you're taxing them. So what they earn is what you take.
Yeah.
And therefore, there's not really much.
Because there's no scaling in their business.
Yeah.
Because you've not put in place opportunities for the small businesses to scale. And you know that in Uganda, most of the businesses are really small businesses. We have a few big players that are taking a huge chunk of this help. So let's focus on the small guy. Let them access capital. Let them access. If you look at the youth livelihood, I think they're having 134 billion shillings in the budget. But has it been successful? How are young people accessing this youth livelihood money? Yeah, do they? You get my point. So in Jinja, for example, how many businesses have been given youth livelihood money, and how have they scaled? You can't get that information. So most of these interventions, at the end of the day, become political political flagships, just for the government to say, oh, but we put this much money into the young people, but there is no tangible or visible result from that.
Okay, Richard. Oh, by the way, I saw a letter I think circulating online, purporting to be from the president, saying that they should build for a Wanda Bagume house. I don't know if you saw it.
I remember him. I said, "Oh, Bagume is going to get a house."
No, but but the letter is fake.
I really wish there could be such a letter, frankly.
No, but I've just seen Chirunda from State House flag it, saying that it is fake. It's not true. But that's on the light note.
In that case, that's not our this our Baguma doesn't have that kind of security threat.
Okay,
yeah.
We don't know that. Richard, the 84 trillion shillings budget, you have about 2.5 trillion shillings being injected into PDM and Myoga. He just raised a point on youth livelihood program, the money. If you were around or covering Ministry of Gender around that time when youth livelihood program was a thing, when Pius Bigirimana was the permanent secretary, you know, there was a lot of money and the president used it as a flagship project for the young people. But are there tangible results really? So for this budget, the focus being on infrastructure, wealth creation programs, what do you hope to see after 1 year? Is there anything that we're going to write about home?
So the challenge with discussing the budget is discussing the figures, not having adequate opportunity to discuss the details. That's really where it is. And then discussing at the same time the implementation bottlenecks that have happened in the past. So we because they are tied, we mix them. But you see, Canary, I cannot allow my colleague here to go after misinforming the public. I am vice chair for the Alcohol Policy Alliance, the consortium in Uganda. And he says that taxing spirits is what is progressive. That, in fact, the high level, if you read, they even craft it in very crafty language, denatured 80%. That is less than 1% of the alcohol consumed in Uganda. And that's where our tax structure has a problem. You are not taxing the alcohol that is being consumed. And he called it politics. There is economic politics at the Ministry of Finance and by the industry. And it cuts across. So if you leave beer and you leave the kombuchas that are the 90+% consumed, you're not taxing them and you go for the less than 1% consumption. That's deceitful. And then you craft it in economic terms, or it is going to increase smuggling. The smuggling is the beer problem, the non-payment of tax is local. That's where you need to put the gaps.
Isaac's point was that whether you tax the regulated
That's
alcohol,
also not true. I am tackling that as well. We have research, and this is available, that just these products, all the products which are consumed by the poor, once you increase the excise duty, just excise duty, by a certain percentage, you reduce consumption by that population segment, which is the largest population segment in our society. So this is also not true. I don't want to call it lies, but I don't want to stay there. but this is science. Every time, and that's why we are lamenting that an increase on cooking oil, an increase on wheat flour is affecting us. This is why we are lamenting, because that increase directly hits our pockets. If you were increasing taxes only on spaghetti and things, you would not have that much alarm. So we shouldn't be disingenuous, in my view. And that's the broader part of the budget. So, Canary, the allocations are beautiful. A couple of things quickly. One is the tax threshold that we set for ourselves to raise. Have we been reaching that? So what is the magic that is going to happen this financial year? That what we have missed to do, we are going to do it. So we should brace ourselves for more borrowing, because we are not going to meet these targets. So what stimulation have you done in the economy that this increase to the 6 trillion or so you expect to milk from us? That's the first one. Secondly, the local borrowing by government. Because you have a huge debt, 120 something, even you look at the GDP to the GDP, debt to GDP ratio, but you are targeting to borrow domestically. You are squeezing out your local business opportunities for capital. So it becomes more expensive and more unavailable. And you put what I call token amounts for private sector development. I mean, for me, giving biopharma money is not a problem. If it is invested for what it is asked for, the economy of pathogens is a huge economy, and it can bring returns. It's just that the structural issues so if you are going to save cannery money by not going outside for treatment, and you have a super specialized hospital, and it gets finished on time, and it gets finished on budget, that's a saving. The problem is that they don't. So these are the issues we are dealing with in the budget. You can have the gross issues. $1 trillion for industrial development? What are you talking about? Why not the 7-10 trillion for industrial development? If that's what stimulates the economy. So currently for me, it is those details.
Yeah, before we take a break, picking your opinion on the obsession over security spending. We're talking about over 10 trillion shillings. It's the biggest chunk of the budget going to security. Does it have to do with the individual, President Yoweri Museveni? Or there's so much at risk today as we speak, which I would say the same for the past years, financial years, that we need to spend a lot on security and unclassified expenditures?
So there is not a single country that I know in the world that doesn't spend the largest chunk of its money on its security. I don't know it. I need to be educated by these gentlemen. So there's nothing different from what we are doing. Secondly, the personality at the helm of budget influence is security minded. So they are likely to be going there. But third, canary, draw our country and look at the borders, the most extensive of our borders. We have security threats, really. So really, this is an area we should invest in. However, of course, you'll say some of it is classified amounts, huge classified amounts, which then, in my view, may not end up with security and it may end up doing ground political work. Maybe that is also security. Maybe.
I tend to see as much as we have stability for the last number of years.
Absolutely.
4 decades.
Because of the big investment.
Yes. We're so obsessed with it that we want to export it to Equatorial Guinea, to Somalia, to Sudan, and I think for the vision of the president being a Pan-Africanist. Is that the reason, Alex?
No, that's also pragmatism.
No.
Where was, you remember Gogo? The murder? How did it relate to Somalia? Should we ignore it? If you have your home and you have threats, where do you put the first line of defense? Do you put it in your bedroom? Alex?
I think the hypothesis there is that you create more stability when you export. By exporting, you create more stability at home. If you have some peace and then you are exporting to Sudan, South Sudan, to Somalia.
We like to export. We are obsessed with exportation.
But
we now want to go to DRC and fight Ebola from there.
But my point in this is that, as I said, the devil is always in the detail. The reality is that we are in a transition politically, and some of this huge spending, there's going to be a transition. Whether you like it or not, in 10 or 15 years, there has to be a transition, naturally. So some of this spending you see masked as governance and security, and you know, when you are in a period of transition, a lot of countries, a lot of nations, it's a delicate space they have failed to get through. So most of this spending you see masked as governance and security, some of the aspects, including those huge classified expenditures, is to do with the political political operations. So that's the
Stability
reality
of the politics.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
real
yeah.
quick before
That's
we take a
the
break.
reality.
The fallback position for the country now, we're looking at oil revenue. When we looked at the figures, the petroleum revenue is about 1.44 trillion shillings.
Let me try to widen for you this conversation. It happens almost coincidentally that the entire East Africa read the budget almost on the same day. You look at Kenya, read its budget yesterday of 4.8 trillion USD.
No, that's Kenyan shillings.
Yeah, Kenyan shillings, yes. Uganda reads 84.3. Tanzania read about 26 billion USD. And Rwanda read they're about 22 billion. And DRC read about, also they're about 26 billion USD. But then you look at the GDP, it's very interesting. Uganda has, ours is 69. Tanzania is 94. That's billion USD. Kenya is 164. And DRC is about 100 and maybe 20 something. Big, big economies are reading really like, compressed budgets, while our very small economy is reading a bloated budget. But Karen, here is the icebreaker. Close to half of that is going into debt servicing, right? So we have about 57% for us to use in all those expenses and stuff like that. What does this tell about our planning and everything? And I like the conversation of trickling this budget down to the person, the last person, me, who is Omuntu Wawansi. I'm the typical Omuntu Wawansi here on this panel. But I can tell you,
It's okay.
it's not contestable, but I can tell you for sure, it's very bad for us to sit here and think that the government actually, when they're budgeting for the things that they're thinking about,
You're not in the picture.
No. The chapati seller is not anywhere in the picture of the people they want to save. If it comes to protecting the gains, when this one doesn't have gains, what are they going to protect about him? It's about those that have the gains that they are protecting. So everything that's being drawn in the budget is to look at how do we protect the gains of those that have the gains, not we who are looking for gains.
Okay, so Atiak is the gain?
Well,
Day by a farmer?
Now, why, if you can go for day and give them all that huge amount, how many times do they come for the lower person to help them, like on their chapati store?
Well, they have invested in parish development model. They can
And
1 million shillings.
This one, who is in Jinja, is saying that the people are not getting it. He's in Jinja, is stationed in Mafubira, in Namulesamai village.
Of
You get? But everyone is complaining that they have not gotten it. The other day, I was saying that...
So the videos that President plays
And
during the speeches...
and that's where the problem is.
Are they cooked? Because
real
down on ground, accessing 1 million shillings is actually real. The parishes have the
Can I
money.
tell you something? So the reason as to why Daily Monitor was banished from covering President Museveni is because of bringing out the true story about PDM and 4-acre model. And I've talked about this like several times. Those people come and say, President Museveni, we are earning close to 30 million per year, 500 million per year. But as they conclude their speech, they say, but Museveni, give us some 1 million, we are Tulibubi. And then people come on the side and say, these things are not working. How are they being implemented? Who is actually gaining out of these things that they are saying that they are coming for the person who is on ground? Probably very, very, very good policies, very good strategies and projects, but implementation has failed us.
Media Roundtable, our last segment, and a real quick one. Isaac, I'll ask. Government has introduced a new tax on sugar, on cement, on cooking oil, on flour, taxing the poor citizen, at the same time wanting to develop the same citizen. What a contradiction.
Well, government is full of contradictions. And as I said, because, you know, when you tax, when you milk a cow, you must feed it. And that's why I said earlier that I don't mind taxing people, but what are you feeding them? Are you enabling them to actually raise that tax? And that's what the government is not doing it. And Baguma here talked about the failure to raise the money. That at the end of the day, we are going to go into more borrowing because we are going to fail to raise the money because the people may not be able to facilitate the budget. 40%, I mean 50%, 40 trillion that you must raise from the public. So we might go into what? Into borrowing. We have a budget that almost half of it is debt financing. So we keep borrowing to finance what we need to do, to finance monies that are going into all these structure and huge investments that the president is doing. So the people must be helped to raise the money. I've been reading here that agro-industrialization has around 2.6 trillion for it. So are we seeing more cottage industries coming up across the country? We wait to see that. What does government mean by agro-industrialization? And indeed, if it's going to happen, are we going to put money in just one place? If you're having coffee, the coffee factory in Ntungamo, and you have all these coffee farmers across the country, are we helping them put up coffee hallers in different areas of the country so that people sell their coffee with, after putting in some value addition? So at the end of the day, we need to facilitate the population to be able to make some money, and so that they don't feel the pinch of increasing sugar, increasing flour, and increasing all these other things.
Right.
At the end of the day, when sugar is expensive, they will not take the sugar. The very poor person. I remember one time when there was a quarrel in Parliament about increasing tax on paraffin. Yeah, that was a time when the turnover was around 10 years ago, and MPs really went in and disagreed over government putting, I think it was 200 shillings on kerosene, because that was what the poor man or the poor woman in the village was using. So I think we should start seeing aspects of, for example, what is this one thing that you should not increase tax on because it is used by so many people, and because people are not being helped to raise money for themselves, so you can't tax them.
Right.
So, so for me, I think there's so much contradiction simply because government is not paying real attention to helping the people. We discussed here when we were off the screen about where is the money that is assumed to be given to people in PDM, in 4-acre model, and all these other initiatives. Where is it going? Of course, there are some success stories, but the majority of the people sometimes don't have this. The president has been promoting since '86 the 4-acre model. The other day, he complained that Busoga has refused to pick up the 4-acre model. And I keep wondering, so Busoga is hugely land fragmented. You had to get people who have 4 acres, yeah? So the 4-acre model comes to Busoga, and most of the people are not even into it. Why? Because they don't have land. So do we have initiatives, for example, in this agro-processing budget of 2.6 trillion, do we have initiatives that can now focus on how do we help the people of Wandago who are doing, and I'm going to quote this very, very carefully, because on my right, there is interesting opinion about now the Wandago people, the waragi processors. But for the last 40 years, Wandago has been producing waragi, yeah? But we've never seen Wandago adding value on that waragi, yeah? So, waragi. So the waragi that now, and someone was saying yesterday, that this waragi from Wandago is used as salary in mining areas around the country, that people actually buy it and go and pay people. If you're earning 2,000 shillings, they pay you in terms of waragi. Yeah? But you saw even during elections. So for me, I'm interested in, can we help the Wandago people, if you're going to tax them, add value on this waragi so that it is safer, but also they make more
He
money.
can be
from
helped
it.
out of waragi, actually.
Or maybe a plan of
I think we
waragi.
should partner and do an experiment, actually, Mayor,
Yes.
and take them away from waragi. But anyway, not to divert.
Or maybe now that there's Ebola, use the waragi content to create sanitizers.
No, it is scientific. You can do it that way.
But
It is
Richard,
science.
real quick, on this, I think the problem has been that, fine, you can go ahead and tax the ordinary Ugandan to the bone, but where is this money going? I've been looking at the figures for the tax on the alcoholic drinks. Previously, it's been 1,700 shillings per litre. Now it's been more than doubled, about 105%. It's now going to be 3,500. The projection is that that can earn Uganda in just 1 year 85 billion shillings, enough to pay medical interns twice or in 2 years. So the conversion is fine, you've taxed the ordinary Ugandan, but where is this money going if it's not attending to the ordinary needs of a Ugandan?
Okay, so you see, this is the warped nature of taxation. You actually should be taxing the beer that they drink so that they drink less and become more productive. This is the argument we are making. And that's what he brought a very basic example of Wandago. Why are we not intervening in Wandago to do alternative livelihoods and not waragi livelihoods? That's where we should be focusing. So for me, if I was to recommend, would be that we should focus on PDM in Wandago, but not give anyone going to do waragi. They don't have the scale and capacity to do the safe waragi that he's talking about. They do not have. It's a scientific chemical process that needs a certain level of investment to purify. And so this is, I agree with you that where are you putting the money? You see, let me tell you, I and my colleague, Godbert Mshabe, we are doing coffee. You see, we do the garden of coffee employs, and we've been doing statistics. We record every day the workers that work on a daily. It's more women than men, and they want their pay not more than weekly. They want their labor money not more than weekly. But if you look at this one garden and the number of people that it pays because they come line up for work, you should be putting some money in this garden actually. And so we are also encouraging these people to grow their own coffee on their land. Come work with us, but also get your own coffee. So the PDM and the 1 million and the way it is delivered and looking for NRM people to give the money is, you see, is not going to create economic transformation because it's politically delivered. And so you will not go and then get economic results from a political project. So I am one of those who is very strong in my conviction that you should put money at the 3 levels. You should put money to the big producers, that's for sure. They should get money. You should put money at the middle level, entrepreneurs, and you should put money at the startups, the guys who are getting out of school. Canada, we are into the innovation space. We are asking people to contribute $150 million so that we can have these innovation spaces countrywide. We are moving on this. But we have insisted that even when government is willing to put in money, that even when it does, the running must be private sector led. Because they have they have 2 turnkey innovation infrastructure. One of them you must be passing it when you are going to Mbarara along the road. Government put close to 100 billion there. It has not been opened to our young people in these institutions. So I agree with you. Taxation must happen. There is nowhere you are not going to do taxation. But how do you deploy?
Okay. Alex, he talks about injecting money in the big industries for production. But at the end of the day, these will need market. So if, as an individual, if my mom in the village cannot afford to buy sugar or to buy tea leaves or whatever it is on the local shop, it means that all these people also face a crisis of market available, but there is no actual money in people's pockets to purchase. So the purchasing power goes down. And I think that has been the philosophy of the president, that reduce subsistence economy through monetization. Let the ordinary Ugandan on the ground in the village be able to have some little money in the pocket to be able to purchase some of these goods. Is this philosophy leading us somewhere?
No, I am, for the record, I'm not against a government supporting local innovation.
Musevenomics.
It's not actually Musevenomics, because there are a few examples of these successful supporting of local investors, and then they come to the world stage. For example, I'll give you an example of Nigeria. The Dangote you sing about, who is about to invest in East Africa big time, was a creation of President Babangida. So there is nothing wrong with government supporting projects, big-scale projects that can help the economy or that can help the country in the long term. And having said that, I'm not lost to the argument that we should not be taxing where it hurts most. The philosophy of our taxation should be that we should bring taxes that are enabling the common person. Bring taxes that are enabling the common person. But if you tax fuel, heavily tax fuel, heavily tax cooking oil, you heavily tax products like sugar essentials, then it is counterproductive. Lastly, I think the government needs to be honest with itself. We need to run, our economy is small, so we need to run a frugal operation. I think there's a lot of extravagant expenditure, especially on politics and public administration. If we are able to arrest those, then maybe there would be relief on some of the taxes that affect the common man.
Right. Like you're self-appointed ordinary citizen on the panel. I don't know if every elite wants to speak for the ordinary citizen. Let me be the devil's advocate. And who speaks for the local investors? Who speaks for the big guys with the big monies? Who speaks for the guys who are putting money into production to feed the demand or the market that is already available? And I think that's what President Museveni has been saying, that you fund these people, be able to produce and let the money circulate in the economy.
And then you take it. It's just that you want to fund those people with the local people. Muntua wants you go and get jobs there such that you can come and tax. The only problem we're suffering from as Ugandans is, you know, every time there's tax reforms, they're taxing the very things that they taxed, for instance, last year, the other year. They just keep piling taxes onto those. It's going to be always sugar, it's always going to be cooking oil, it's always going to be alcohol, it's always going. You are very sure those are the ones that are going to be taxed.
What else do you want? What else do you want government to tax?
We have grey areas, to be honest. Let's widen the tax base. We have grey areas. For instance, milk. This milk that we export, it's not taxed at all. And do you know how much milk we take to Kenya, for instance? You know?
Cows. We'll be in trouble.
You know, cows, beef, cows. No taxes at all. You get? Why can't we say, you know, agro business, like, yeah? Yeah?
Just say general agriculture.
Agriculture.
So that I don't feel bad about our milk.
There are grey areas, you know?
Yeah, because Matoke is also not taxed.
This is the thing.
You know, there are grey areas. If you're going to tax the very things that a common person is struggling to get, then it means you don't even care about them. If you're creating jobs, you just want them to get jobs such that you can tax them, you can. But now when they stop buying those things, it means the country is going to go at standstill, because these are the people who actually use those things. So you have so many grey areas. Agriculture, you have gold. If you looked at the tax policy in the gold sector, which is one of our biggest export, you know, yes, you will wonder that then.
No, but we'll have a conversation about gold out of here.
We can have a conversation.
If we start taxing it, we shall lose these benefits.
We can have a conversation.
It won't come here.
But what I'm saying is, we have so many grey areas. We have so many areas. If we just thought pragmatically and widen our tax base, we are going to be able to relieve some of us, the common person. Now, you don't want me to call myself a common person. That I will not go to the shop and then they tell me all of a sudden I've been buying sugar at 4,000, then it has eclipsed to 6,000. That I will not go to buy cooking oil, 1 liter that has been at maybe 3,000, it has eclipsed to 7,000. And I'm not going to struggle because now the thinkers of the tax regime in the country are thinking widely, are thinking pragmatically. It's just that for them, it's about cooking oil, it's about our raji, it's about our things like that. Such that I keep suffering. If the government is not thinking about me, then the country is going to collapse, because the people who are up there, they don't mind going to buy 100 kilos of sugar. They don't mind, because after all, they don't even see the difference. Me, who buys it every day, I see a very big difference. 2,000 added on to it.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure having you on the media round table. I thought we would have minutes to talk about World Cup and why the African continent is against South Africa, what that teaches for the continent, but maybe another time. Let's catch tomorrow on the Big Talk 9 to 11 morning on Next Radio, also live on India Vision. My name is Kanari Mugume. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to this segment of the topical discussion. My name is Dalton Kawesa and today is the day of the budget reading. Now, to give this perspective, Uganda's budget has grown to 84.3 trillion, the largest in Uganda's history. Yet, Ugandans continue to struggle with the cost of living, unemployment, and accessing the basic services that they really need. The question is the budget reflecting the living standard of Ugandans, or it is paper tiger, like we would say? It's large on paper, but definitely not resonating with you, the person that is going to be paying for this kind of cost that the cost that government has put up. Let's look at the focus areas on this budget, and it's the ATMs that Parliament and government focused on. What are we looking at? Agriculture, tourism, and manufacturing. Let's look at agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral, oil and gas, science and technology, creative industry. What was the budget that was given? 4.3 trillion was allocated to this sector of agro-business. And we look at the allocations more significantly. Let's look at agro-industrialization stands at 4.3 trillion. Tourism development, 571.5 billion. Mineral-based development is 435.5 billion. And science and technology is 1.1 trillion. Well, that is one of the things that we're going to be looking at. And to delve into this discussion, I have two gentlemen, and that is Honorable Kateshumba, who's coming here to try to help us make sense of what is happening today. And welcome, Honorable, for this segment of the topical discussion. And the question, Uganda's budget has grown. And it has grown, and it's the largest, I've just highlighted, in the history of this country. The question is, what are the factors that are pushing or driving the growth compared to the previous years?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning to the viewers. Of course, as you have mentioned, today we are going to see the President, His Excellency the President, present the budget through the Minister. And I want to congratulate my friend, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Henry, who is going to be presenting his maiden budget. Not only the maiden budget, but the largest budget we have had as a country. And as you know, the budget is not coming from nowhere. We have a Vision 2040 that we have set as a country. We have the National Development Plan, and then we have got the manifesto as a ruling party of NRM. So the budget is actually trying to fulfill the commitments that are within the Vision 2040, the aspirations within the Vision 2040, the commitments under the National Development Plan 4, and also the promises that our party has made to the Ugandans. As you know, this is our first budget after a very resounding victory of our party. So whatever you see in the budget is a reflection of what is.
So the question is, for someone who is just interfacing with this process for the very first time,
yes,
and they're asking, how much is expected from domestic collection?
Yes.
And how much is expected from borrowing? And how sustainable is this model?
Yeah, first of all, I think from what the figures that we know, the domestic revenue is expected to contribute around 44 trillion. Then we have got, of course, external borrowing, domestic borrowing, some revenue from the petroleum. And if you look at that budget, even as we are borrowing, we are implementing a national development plan with 18 programs. And if you look at the 18 programs, the top 4 programs, which are actually taking the bulk of the budget, the development plan implementation, which encompasses all these development programs that we have set. Human capital is taking about 13 trillion. Governance and security, and then integrated transport and infrastructure. So much as we of course, we cannot fund our budget fully, but if you look at our journey, I think that being able to contribute around 44 trillion is a significant milestone. Of course, as the economy grows, the GDP of the country has expanded, almost $70 billion. We expect that with time, we are going to be seeing more and more revenues, more efficiency. And at some point, perhaps, we will be able to fund a bigger part of our budget.
So you've been hitting on the national development, NDP. And the question is, you sat there, and by extension, we get the chance to have, you have been a revenue collector, you have been a taxman. Do you think this budget genuinely supports wealth creation? Because when you look at it, it's more of consumption-oriented than investment.
Well, I think that you have to understand that we still have a low tax to GDP ratio. And one of the causes of that low tax to GDP ratio is we still have a significant portion of our people under subsistence living. They are below the money economy. I think now around 39%. And this has been the issue that the president has been talking about year in, year out. You have people who are not in the money economy, so their contribution towards the revenue, that portion of the GDP is not taxed. Because if someone is growing food and eating, and he has no money to go and buy a soda, you will never collect tax from him. So the response by government of investing in wealth funds, all this money that you see in PDM, the Myoga, the Youth Livelihood Projects, all this money is trying to wake up people to get out of subsistence non-money economy into money economy. I can tell you for the fact that my municipality, in the last 5 years, we have had about 8 billion money under PDM into the parishes. That has gone to about 8,000 people. So some of these people, perhaps each got $1 million. They have never touched money up to $1 million. And if that money is able to generate a return on investment, well, let's say 20–30%, in a small way, then you know that you have expanded the aggregate demand. Because people have got money, they can be able to consume, they can be able to support the manufacturing sector because they have disposable income. So there is a significant portion that has gone into the wealth funds, and I think that we promised
not even reflecting. It's not reflecting in the growth, in the national growth. Why is there the discrepancy?
Definitely, no. Certainly there is a significant growth. You know, our average growth now, in terms of the expected growth in the next financial year as GDP, is in double digit. I think we are one of the countries in Africa that are growing very, very fast. And one of the reasons is because we have invested in the people at the bottom. Because when someone has got $1 million shillings, gone and invested it in a small way, whether it's agriculture, and is able to get a yield, that is economic. When you aggregate it, then you have got the expansion of the GDP. So, in my opinion, there is one of the key drivers of the current growth is actually the investments in the wealth funds. Secondly, if you look at the budget, there is a lot of focus put on the enablers. Enablers are like the infrastructure. As you know that every district, municipality, government has allocated $1 billion shillings to work on the roads. These are the roads that now are able to connect farmers to the markets. There is money for electricity. Of course, yesterday we were passing a loan in Parliament to support the irrigation. So there is direct investment that is going directly into the people at an individual level to encourage people to get out of the non-money, to get into the money economy.
Honorable Katesh, government has said it's developing in these schemes.
Yes.
And over years, we have seen a Ntandikwa scheme, we have seen PDM, we've seen a Myoga. The rationale is okay. The reality of things does not reflect on the improvement of the standard of living. And if it does, it's not as significant. That's why you don't pick any money from them.
No, you see, me and you, the people who live here in the city, sometimes do not realize how small these efforts can be in terms of transforming people. Someone who goes out here in Kororo on a Friday night can easily spend $1 million shillings.
True.
And so when you tell him that 1 million has been given someone in Rubirizi who has never touched $1 million to invest in PDM, they will think that it is a very insignificant effort. But I want to tell you that of all the programs, perhaps, that have been implemented over the years, this particular one, PDM, is the most effective of all. But it requires us to support it, but also monitor it. If you don't get into the ground to look at impact, then you would think that we have just put money, and money will just be disbursed. It's being disbursed efficiently by the ministry. But now, us as the leaders, the role of leaders, members of parliament, councillors, district leaders, our job is to go down and see. As a matter of fact, myself, I intend to go to the parishes, and I've been going to the parishes to see if someone received money, what did he do with it? And There are success stories that can be documented, and those success stories are the stories that encourage others to be able to make an effort. You see, Dalton, we have a population of around almost 48 million. Our tax register is perhaps around 6 million or less. So these are people who are registered and companies that contribute directly to tax. They are the people carrying the burden of the rest of us. Therefore, how do you expect to increase revenue to meet the demands of everybody? The only way is to make sure that everybody is in the money economy and he can be able to contribute through the consumption taxes. Otherwise, wherever you go, everyone wants roads, wants hospitals, wants education. Government is paying salaries, UPE. We need security. We need internet. So all this must be funded. And if you have a population that does not contribute towards the sustainability of these demands, how do you wake them up? And for me, I really support the president on this effort. And I have been telling my colleagues that we need to get on the ground and wake up our people. If everybody becomes productive in this country, then we shall have enough or significant
so the
to be able
government
to meet
the government
the
has been emphasizing industrialization.
Yes.
From where you sit, is the funding is the allocation being given, will it finally realize this, or there is still gaps?
You see, you have to look at industrialization from two aspects. When you look at the funding that government has put in, you are looking at one side. Because when we are doing a budget, we also have to look at the projections or expected investments by the private sector in industrialization. It is not government that is going to set up industries. The government is going to invest in key strategic sectors, like we have seen, sectors under science and technology, Kira Motors and others. But you have got the government, on the other hand, also creates a favorable investment climate that attracts investors. And that's why you have seen the growing number of industries coming. So a favorable investment climate, policies, tax policy, and of course the enablers, having enough electricity to power the industries, having the roads. So all this combines in growing the industrial base. Okay.
In addition, if I may just intercept there, but also, while government talks about the infrastructure enabling factors,
yes,
many manufacturers complain that compared to the region, Uganda has a higher cost of doing business.
Yes, that is why you see the president has been pushing for us to get into, to implement the standard gauge railway and the meter gauge. And if you look at the investments that have been within the budget to support the standard gauge railway, because what are the major drivers of the high cost of doing business? Electricity, which the government has capped by setting
the industrial tariffs.
The industrial tariffs.
Yes.
Then infrastructure, because we are landlocked or land-linked. So if you are bringing your raw materials from China, you must go through Mombasa port and carry them by road. The container cost will be about $4,000. So all that can be $4,000. If you substitute it with the railway, perhaps it will be about $800. I know for a fact that in countries like China, the container moves from New Delhi to Mumbai, the cost should be around $800 to $1,200, which is so if you look at the cost drivers of the high cost of doing business, most of them are the issues that the government is trying to deal with. But related to that also, I have talked about the investments, but you also have to look at the markets. So if you look at the regional approach that the president has been emphasizing, having the ESC market, it's expanding, Congo, DRC, all these are now opportunities to encourage manufacturers to set up in Uganda, okay? So you have got the regional market now. By also dealing with the consumption here, investing in the people so that they have money in their pockets, you are also growing the consumers of the industrial products. If you do not grow the local consumers, you will also have industries and they will have a problem with the market. So if you can get many people into the money economy, they will buy iron sheets. Someone will move from grass thatched into iron sheets, and the manufacturer of iron sheets will be able to grow. So it's a combination of very many things. They are all interconnected, and we need to see how we do our work as leaders.
Well, I want to see, in a really meaningful way.
Yes.
Do you think your budget, because you're part of it in this, did it really reduce the cost of doing business?
Yes, because
you're also in business.
Yes, because if you look at it, like I have mentioned, the efforts by government to invest in infrastructure. You see, once the roads are made, then you have one of the major enablers dealt with that raises the high cost of doing business. If I can be able to travel faster, from my garden to the market, then the costs are low. The tariffs we have talked about. So the budget, this year's budget was carefully examined. It is not just an event, it is a process. Right from the time the budget framework paper is presented to us in Parliament by December, and then we have the ministerial policy statements by March 15th. And in that process, there is a lot of consultations with the local governments, leaders, to get involved. And then the different sectors of Parliament analyze, review, and we leading us to have the final budget estimates. There is a lot of coherence now between Parliament and the Executive. The consultative process in terms of agreeing on the priorities has been done very well in this last year, and actually in the last couple of years. We are able to appreciate that some of the demands can wait, okay? And then we have to prioritize. Then there are pressures that come along the way. For example, in this particular year, we have the pressures of AFCON. We cannot just not prioritize AFCON ahead of other things. So in Parliament there, most of us are grappling with a lot of demands, a lot of unfunded priorities. But we have to understand that our budget is also limited. We cannot go beyond some of the targets we have set out in the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility, especially as regards the management of debt. So we have to prioritize year in, year out as we grow our economy.
When you talk about prioritization, Honorable Kateshumba, it's funny how people said that this budget looked more on economic priorities, did not focus on economic priorities, but political considerations, given the fact that you passed it in an election year.
Well, we passed it in an election year, but the Parliament was actually, it was passed by the 11th Parliament. I've been a member of the Committee of Budget, one of the senior members, I believe, and there is no process that was sidestepped. Everything followed. The consultations were done, like I mentioned, and I believe that there should not be thinking that because it was passed during the political year, that we actually focused on politics. As a matter of fact, this is a budget that actually does not have significant expenses in political activities, unlike last year, where we had to budget for elections, etc. This time, if you look at it, if you look at the sectors you have been displaying, there has been significant consideration for us to be able to deliver infrastructure, social services, but also, most importantly, wealth creation. And in the next year, I believe, we should be able to also now increase, for example, PDM, 100 million. We promised during the campaigns, the president promised to double it to 200 million. We think that that can be done in the next financial year. The budget for roads could be done. There are other things that, when I look at the legislative agenda that has been presented, we have a couple of laws that we may need to review that can also help us strengthen implementation, the Local Government Act, the Public Finance Management Act, and others. So, yes, it was passed in the budget in the political year, but we are good to go.
Or as the factor that you're talking about, I was going to take a break, but then we'll definitely be expanding this. You've just hinted on the debt.
Yes.
We see the debt continues to portion of the budget going to debt servicing. Yes. Are we reaching a point where debt servicing is crowding out service delivery and social services?
Well, of course, ordinarily, if you look at the 33 trillion we have to pay and the interest that we pay of around 12 trillion, the wish would have been that, you know, this money goes into delivering the social services. But there is no country that has not borrowed, and when you borrow, you must be able to pay. Like I have mentioned, we have a limited base that can be able to sustain the whole budget. So, do you say that you don't borrow and work on the infrastructure to enable your people, you know, be able to sell goods and offer services? We have borrowed. The good thing is that most of the borrowing that has been done has been going towards non-consumptive activities. We have not borrowed money to pay salaries. We have not borrowed money to do national events. The money that has been borrowed over the years is to deal with mostly the enablers, the factors of production. Like the money we are borrowing tomorrow, we passed yesterday, it is to deal with agricultural production, increasing irrigation, doing irrigation schemes. So that one has got a significant return. And so, yes, we shall continue struggling with the repayments. We hope that as our GDP expands, okay, the debt remains sustainable, in my opinion, compared to most of our peers in the region and in the continent.
All right, we've been joined by Alan Ssenyondwa from Director Research at Uganda Manufacturers Association. I know the traffic must be heavy. You've made it. Better late than never. So we are almost in the middle of the discussion, looking at the 84.3 trillion budget. And the question to you as a person from the manufacturing sector is government putting enough emphasis on the productive sectors that create jobs and exports from the budget?
Thank you very much. Good morning, viewers. And good morning, everyone. Glad to be here with you. We have been looking at this budget and we are zooming in exactly to see that production and increase. We have seen an increase in the budget around science technology, which is good. We, however, see, maybe also let me say that we are seeing an increase in the budget around agro-industrialization, which is good. However, in totality, the budget that is being that is being raised and put towards the productive sector is way too low. It's about 5%, going to 5% of the whole entire budget. Yes, as Honorable said, the only challenge we face is you have a huge debt to GDP ratio. That means you'll have always a huge debt to tax ratio or debt to budget ratio. So the question is, in the medium term, if you're going to achieve the tenfold growth, you must focus a lot around productive sectors. I'll give an example. From the private sector world, if the interest rate exceeds your rate of return, you're never going to grow the company. And that is what we want to request be mirrored at national level. That if the rate of return of a country is the growth rate.
Correct.
If we end up growing at about 6%, but your rate of return of loans and whatever is 10, 12, 13%, you're really never going to grow. And that is what we have to actually understand. If we can understand and mirror that within the budget, then I can promise this country that we shall grow very fast. So what we are saying is that the budget to these ATMs, 5.5 trillion, compared to the whole entire 84 trillion, you could say is less than 10%.
A drop in the ocean.
A drop in the bucket. To our colleagues in government, it's a huge challenge to balance these so many needs and wants. However, from an economics perspective, you're always trying to ensure that you're growing faster than your needs. I want to thank Parliament. They passed that very nice loan from England. And yes, we're going to see some investment in agro-industrialization. It will not remove us from the fact that we must invest massively in the productive sectors. Yes, we have very many challenges, but we must invest massively. Why? Leaving this whole economic growth to the private sector will not take us out of this challenge. We need to partner, we need to be together. As the private sector invests, so must government invest. We have a growth rate of the population of 2.9%.
The Kateshis, Honorable Kateshi, argue that government has already invested in enablers, like infrastructure and name it. Isn't that good enough to jumpstart or catapult the industrial sector?
Thank you very much. And you see, that is what we're trying to request government to understand. Investing in enablers doesn't lead you doesn't allow you also to grow for the sake of growth. I'll give an example. I can do all the roads, I can do everything I have to do, but if the interest rate of borrowing in a country is 12%, is at the CBR is 12%, and by the time you borrow it's 20%, no matter how much investment you do on the roads, the private sector will not be able to borrow. What we are requesting government is, you have to think holistically. Yes, thank you very much for the roads. You're going to invest very much. But we need to produce something. And to produce something, you see, in economics, we have three factors. You have to produce, you have to distribute, and you have to consume. And what ties the three together is what we call finance. So as a government, as a nation, we must learn that these four elements move together. So, yes, the environment,
so apart from finance, where is the other discrepancy?
The discrepancy is we must now begin to put a lot of money into agro-industrialization. We must.
Let me bring
we
him
have
in.
No choice.
Honorable Kateshi has laid down, Alan has laid down the issues.
Alan has raised a point, but you see, it's very easy to mention in theory. Because if you look at 84 trillion budget, okay, you said that the ATMs are accounting for just 5%. But I want you to look at 84 trillion. First, take away the debt, okay? So you cannot calculate that 5% by looking at the whole 84. You have to take into consideration that you have a portion that goes for debt. There are certain things that we call the first call on the budget. You have to pay debt. You have got interest, okay? And then you have got the statutory expenditure. And unless you say that we we lay off workers of government because the recurrent expenditure must be met. And so we have to be realistic. Within the discretionary expenditure that is available for spending, I do not think that the effort that has been made in the ATMs is actually minimal. But also, like you have mentioned, I agree with you holistically. I am in tourism, okay? Beyond the money that we would like to see invested in marketing the country, but there are other enablers that support tourism. For example, you need to have tourism roads done, you need to invest in the airline, you need to invest in the standard gauge. Imagine if you have a standard gauge really done from here to Mombasa, how the connectedness that will happen. So if you are looking at specific figures that go into the sector without looking at the enablers that are enabling the sector to grow, you miss the interconnection.
In other words, you're saying Alan's economics don't work in this place.
No, I'm saying if you just calculate the ATM's total investment over the whole budget.
How true, Alan, that yours is theoretical than are there benchmark where other countries have done what you're saying?
See, that's the beauty of our country. We are no longer in the 1980s. We are a very exposed country. We have people who have been all over the world. And where Honorable Katesh is right, he's in the tourism sector. And he has mentioned exactly the issues that have to be done. But there's only $500 billion shillings has been put in tourism. Anyone, for example, in tourism will tell you the amount of money that Kenya has invested in tourism is so enormous. I'll give an example. TUI flies hundreds of tourists directly from Frankfurt into Mombasa. We have to have that. That means you're going to have to invest whether you like it or not. Otherwise the tourists won't come. There's something small that we have to learn to do. That we have also to learn to speak softly about our challenges. For example, we don't have to shout every time that we have Ebola.
That is not a money issue.
That's not a money issue. But these are enablers. You don't have to shout about everything. Because every time Honorable Katesh has now ordered for his 100 tourists and you shout, they'll run away. So now coming back to the money issue. The issue that we're saying is we think about this economy holistically. He's right, we are putting money, and he's completely right. We must think of the debt. It is nearly half of our budget, and we can't run away from it. What we're saying is, okay, I have such a huge debt, but I have to grow. How do I do that?
So where's the missed opportunity for these? He sits on the committee.
Yes.
Where is the missed opportunity amidst this monster called the debt servicing that Uganda should have taken up, and perhaps this story will be different?
Okay. Let's speak real holistically here. And I know sometimes we don't want to go there. For example, in agro-industrialization, you are not going to take people out of poverty without doing cooperatives. You cannot. There is no model on earth which has taken people out of poverty in the agricultural sector without consolidating the agriculture. We call it aggregation for us. Because as Honorable Katesh will tell you, my manufacturers don't want to move all over the country looking for inputs. I want to go to one place and get my inputs. So you need to aggregate. And therefore you need to focus money on aggregation for raw materials for industry. 2, you need to put money, aggregation for export purposes. I mean, we are taking cartons of cocoa butter to the United States. Cartons. No, we shouldn't be taking cartons. We should be taking containers upon containers. You need to put money inside things. Here, Honorable Katesh has talked about advertising and marketing Uganda. We are going to have to do a lot of good things around marketing Uganda, and therefore taking things out of Uganda. If we're going to focus on exports, exporting is not selling things to China Mukaka. This is really exporting to Europe, to China, to America. And for that to do that, you're going to do it on a massive scale.
All right.
You need government to do
that. That takes us to a break. Thank you very much, Alan, for that in-depth take, but also Honorable Katesh also throwing in figures here to appreciate where this country is headed as we wait for the budget speech. Let's take a short break. When we return, we shall be delving deeper, finding out from Alan whether there's adequate support for the small, medium industry in the manufacturing sector. Stay here. Well, welcome back to this segment of the topical discussion. My name is Dalton Kawesa. Yes, government is saying the budget is here. But amidst that, there are expectations in the public and dismay. The budget government is saying it is based on industrialization, value addition, and expansion of the economy. The question still arises. Let me come back to you, Alan. Before we went for a break, I wanted to find out, when you look at the budget, does it adequately support the small and medium industry?
Thank you very much. You would say yes. And that's why I'm saying yes. If you look at the agro-industrialization docket or program, there's a lot of money going into the area of PDM. And PDM doesn't just mean agriculture. It also means the processing within the agriculture. That means, yes, there is support. To say otherwise, you wouldn't be fair. What we have to do, however, is how do we have this whole entire value chain thought about? We shouldn't think about the SMEs in their own cocoon or silo, but rather how do I link the SMEs to the bigger companies or to the value chain, so that at the end of the day, you see, there's something in economics we call perfect competition. And in perfect competition, all the information is available and everything is available. And if you link the perfect competition theory now to the practice of informality, for example, what we have on the ground about informality, then you're not going to be able to support these SMEs properly. You need to formalize them. You see, you need to have them in a system where they are able to grow. Just giving them money and leaving them there to fend for themselves is not going to be able to do it. So we are saying we upload government. Yes, money has been poured into the SME sector. Now we need to organize the SMEs so that, you remember what I talked about agriculture and the cooperatives? It's the same thing. How do I bring these SMEs together so that we have substantial value addition to feed into the economy? Otherwise, selling, processing a few bags of maize here, a few bags of soy there, that will not help us a lot.
So Honorable Kateshumba, what he's saying is, the cancer has been in this country, and the missing link is the implementation and supervision. You're part of government by the extension that you're part of the ruling party. How different can this be fixed?
Well, for me, I think you have to look at, when you are trying to deal with a challenge, you have to look at the measures you have put and plan for them the way you see we have dealt with the people in the non-money economy, through PDM, etc. But then also go beyond the implementation and plan for the success management. Because what Alan is mentioning and what we have seen, the investments in wealth funds have woken up some of our people. There is a lot of production that is taking place across the country. It may be below what we expect, but it's a good start. You know, if you have been having someone who has been sleeping the whole day, if he wakes up for a couple of hours in a day, you encourage him to do more. So there are people who are now producing. Now that production needs to be managed, the success. Because if my constituency increases, for example, if I have, as a result of PDM, I have more increased production of, say, eggs in Shema, from 1,000 trays to 5,000. My neighboring colleague in Rampara, Honorable Amos, the constituency, also increases production of eggs from 2,000 to 10,000. And the neighbor does the same. So you will have a lot of egg production in, say, Greater Ankole. But then the question is, where do you now sell? Remember, you are still dealing with the low per capita income of the people that may not be able to consume the eggs daily at their breakfast. So you must be able to look at where do you offload that production. And that is where the issue of, cooperatives along the value chain, being able to consolidate production for export and also to feed into the other industries, into the other sectors like tourism. So if you have a lot of food produced, and then you have a significant increase in number of tourists coming into the country, conferences, MICE, people going into the parks from currently 1-point-something million to say 5 million, then you have a very big internal demand as a result of visitors, okay? Then you have to look at now the regional market. How do you then consolidate this production into the region? But also, the other sectors must also not sleep. For example, the electricity sector. In Shema, right now, we are having a problem of low voltage. The system needs to be, upgraded, and investment needs to be done, because I have already seen people who are producing coffee who have started the small machines, but then the power is not enough. So as you also encourage production that goes into now processing, then you must be able to have the energy infrastructure revamped into the different parishes, so that if I want to start processing my produce, then the transformers must be available. So then you also have to look at now others like water. Water must be available. We have talked about roads. So there's a lot of interconnectedness, and all these enablers will lead us to be able to effectively harness and manage the success out of the investments that have been done in PDM and other wealth funds.
As we conclude this show, to Alan, if you were to remove one expenditure from the budget and redirect it somewhere else, where would it be, and which one would you remove?
Is that not a catch? A catch. I would allow me to be a little bit sarcastic, but I would remove the cars for the MPs and redirect it towards medical interns.
Katesh would protest.
No, it's very simple. Health is one of the most important human skill.
How much is that? How much
it's
are we talking about?
25 billion per annum. And that's talking about 289 billion for the cars. And we're here debating whether we should be supporting our medical interns. Now, as a manufacturer, I shouldn't be speaking maybe about this because it's human resource. But we employ people. Imagine if they are not healthy, what would happen in our factories? Now, that is on the side. But on a more serious note, whatever we do, we need to redirect budget towards productive sectors. As long as we do that, we will be fine. I know Honorable Katesh is not very happy with me when I talk about the cars, but I'm sure he already has enough cars. But just to emphasize, productive sectors, we must do something there.
You have really pushed him between a rock and a hard place.
Alan is a typical Ugandan who likes to, Parliament has become a punching bag. It is very interesting. I've been in government. A member of Parliament is expected to work. Go to the constituency, do mobilization, do oversight, and somehow people think that they should not be facilitated. If you are talking of cars, for example, you look at government, an assistant commissioner in government, or a commissioner, who has been given a car of 380 million, by the end of 5 years,
it's gone.
With the expenditure of fuel, driver, servicing, all that cost, it actually goes to around 1.2 billion in a period of 5 years.
Okay.
But compare that with an MP who gets a one-off and has to deal with his own. But you see, the whole country comes up on MPs, you know, you are giving cards, and forget where the actual wastage could be, actually. And I want to encourage Aaron here. Do not fall into the story to think that Parliament is the biggest waster, the biggest source
it's
where
the biggest
you think
charge on government.
Absolutely
it's a big
not.
Charge on
Our budget is about 1.2 trillion out of the 84. And of course, we are there for a purpose.
You refuse to compare 84 with the
we are elected to
Honorable Kadesh, to give us real perspective,
one more important
remove
thing.
the debt.
One more
and your charge, isn't it significant? If you remove the debt.
You see, in the last elections, you had about 1,700 people contesting to be MPs. We are now in Parliament around 529. So it is ironical how everybody wants to get there, but when we finish, then the punching of Parliament starts. Say, you know, it's too big, it's the wasteful expenditure. I think that we need to be realistic. I agree with you. There are many things we need to stop doing. I like the fact that government now has removed these holidays. Because if you look at a public holiday like Heroes Day, if we had spent on it, you would probably have had more than 200 vehicles of government being driven to whichever district.
Maybe allow me to rephrase, Honorable, so that it doesn't become a parliamentary issue.
Yes.
Let's reduce on this transport issue, but also let us support the medical interns, whatever the case.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be a parliament issue,
yes,
but let us find a way to ensure that the medical interns are supported.
Alan, now you're patronizing Honorable Katesho.
Anyway, so you're talking about
So let's come to finally and to both of you.
Yes.
If we reconvene here a year later and we look at the 84.3 trillion budget, what will be the indicators to show either it has failed or it has succeeded? I'll start with you, Alan.
In all means and ways, we have what we are calling the tenfold growth. 1 year has gone off the tenfold growth, so we are no longer saying 14 years. We're now going to begin saying 13 years. We as a nation must begin to understand that in order for us to get to the tenfold growth in 13 years, that we need to have growth of above 10% per annum. There are no corners about it, unless we are very willing to abandon the tenfold growth. But if it's a tenfold growth, we must be having 10% growth per annum and above. If we can achieve that, we'll achieve the tenfold growth. Yes.
Yeah, for me, I think that the economy has been growing. We are projecting almost 10% growth. The inflation has been contained at an average of around 3.5% over the last year. The shilling has been stable. The public debt is still manageable. If we are able to spend this in this budget, we've grown to around 70 billion. If the investments that are committed in this budget are done, you are going to see the growth. Our GDP is going to expand. The people out of the subsistence, you know, will be many people will go into the money economy, and we should be able to see a significant reduction in the cost of doing business, especially after we've done the railway. We started on the railway, and you have seen yesterday the government signed an agreement to bring in more aircraft. So we are on the right trajectory. We need, of course, to have peace and security properly maintained. But above all, most importantly, Ugandans must know that you can't have it both ways. If you wake up every day and you are not productive, and then you think that the country is going to be productive without you, it is the growth of Uganda is a summation of the growth of all of us. So if we do not produce, if you have airtime, you have data on phone, but what are you doing with it? If every Ugandan gets productive, then our country will be productive and will grow. And
Well-
so there should be, we should also work on our mindset. Ugandans' mindset must change. Don't think that someone is going to develop Uganda for you. You must be involved in production.
Thank you very much, Alan Senyonda, for making time to join us. Thank you, Honorable Kateshumba, also for making time for the show, but also explaining to Ugandans the implication of the 2026-27 budget. And to the viewers, the current call you've heard from Honorable Kateshumba, the real test of any budget is not the figures that are read on the budget day, but how it translates into better business environment and also improve the livelihood. My name is Dalton Kawesa. Good morning.
A very good morning and thank you so much for joining us on NBS Morning Breeze. It is a topical discussion and it is a very interesting conversation that we are delving into this morning. We have just concluded the elections. It's what most of us call a post-election. But within that season, we had grudges, political grudges, even in the communities where we come from. But so did our politicians and so did our political parties. At a moment where the country needs to unite, well, these conversations must happen in terms of what the true cost is for political grudges. And we ask what that is on governance, what that is on business and investment. What is the true cost of these political grudges on our business and our investments, and of course, on us as a people? On this particular conversation this morning, I'm joined by Dr. Tash Rwengabo, who joins us now. He is a political scientist and a governance consultant to just shed light onto what we have now as a conversation. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, our viewers.
Yes. So the conversation on post-election reconciliation, some people might be asking, reconcile from what? But for someone that has observed us throughout the season and even now as we try to navigate the post-election situation, what truly are we contending with as a country, and why is reconciliation a big part of what we should be addressing right now?
Thank you very much, Tracy. Good morning to our viewers. First and foremost, an election is a contest. A contest or representative mandate and executive power. In an election, people incur costs, financial costs, social costs, psychological and energy costs, but also especially investments in terms of tactical and I think strategic compromises. You promise your spouse who disagrees that you go into elections, that you are going to win, and you assure him or her that the ground is soft for you. Then you get there and get surprised. You lose. Then the spouse says, wait a minute, you sold our house when you were going for the election. Now we have nowhere to sleep, or we have no rental sources anymore. What happens? Now, this anger is transferred towards your opponent who defeated you in an election. Or you participate in an election expecting a free and fair election, then election fraud comes in, violence follows through, and you lose without understanding exactly how you have lost the election. Now, these are the issues that cause psychological anguish. They cause intergroup tensions. They cause inter-party tensions, but also threaten national security. And when these things happen, businesses begin to fear. You don't invest where you are not certain. Some of the businesses would have also been compromised during elections. If you financed my election hoping that when I win, you get a contract, what happens? When I lose, I don't become district chairman or president. You are sure that your next 5 years
are secured. We always say secure the bag.
Secured or insecure, exactly.
So these are the issues that we are really contending with, Tracy. Yes.
Well, that is very deep on all kinds of levels, but also the conversation around how then those grudges do influence or affect national unity and cohesion of Ugandans entirely. How bad, how dire is the situation?
Depending on the level of mistrust and suspicion that follows elections, the consequences on national unity and social cohesion can be serious. For example, after the 2006 elections, Besigye went into exile. You can be sure that the supporters of Besigye or the sympathizers of Besigye were uncomfortable that the doctor was in exile, while his opponents were here eating the national cake. In 2011, we had an inflationary spiral after the elections, which affected everyone's pocket, generally speaking. And in 2026, just a few months ago, after the elections, Bobi Wine went into exile. You can be sure that the supporters and sympathizers of Robert Kyagulanyi are saying, wait a minute, we don't see our leader, we are uncomfortable. I think even the sympathizers of Dr. Besigye were saying, our Kano is in prison, he should have participated in elections either by contesting or by campaigning for someone. They are uncomfortable. Now, what happens is that there would be sympathizers of either of these groups begin to see each other with mistrust and suspicion. You have always seen the election violence that characterizes NRM primaries in different parts of the country. Some of the tensions within the NRM in those countries create permanent rifts so that people don't want to meet eye to eye. Now, when you extend them to the national level elections where you have leaders like Robert Kyagulanyi or Dr. Besigye, it becomes very problematic to bring together these people who have a disgruntlement over the management of elections or the general political governance to come to table and speak freely the way I'm speaking to you. But most importantly, the behavior of political leaders after the elections tends to create rifts among us. You would expect that after elections, the losers and the winners hug, because this is what democracy means. Exactly. Democracy means that the losers and the winners should hug and accept the defeat or accept the responsibility
to be a leader for all.
To be a leader for all. But when you start saying, I don't accept these election outcomes, I don't associate with the verdict made by the Electoral Commission, it means that an election official is not safe wherever they are. It means that the supporters of your opponent are not safe when they are dealing with you. It also means that the business relationships you used to have with them have been disrupted.
Which brings me to that very question in terms of the business cost of these kinds of tensions. Long term, first we'll deal with them immediate in terms of that on the economic spectrum of a country that is looking to really grow into the higher middle income status. What are the immediate but also long-term consequences of these our actions?
One, these tensions scare investors, domestic and foreign. Domestic investors hoard their money, fearing to invest in certain areas where they think their money may not be safe. Others who have the access and the capacity will take out their money and invest in other countries, thereby cutting off employment opportunities for the would-be Ugandans that would be working in their investments. Foreign investors will not actually come. They will watch and see. Because of these tensions, the time value of money is lost. If a foreign investor would have invested 6 months ago and waits for another 6 months, it means we are losing 6 months of having the money in the economy and the value that it would be creating being present in the economy. Then in the long term, it means every delay is loss of time and productive capacity of the economy and also of the investor. This also means that the revenues that the government would be collecting from the investment and the employment opportunities and the consumption income of the employees are not collected. So government lacks money to provide roads.
And yet it spent a lot during the election
Yet
as well.
the government has also spent a lot during elections. When you bring all these ones together, you get a lot of post-election financial distortions.
Doctor, just maybe to just take you back, we have quite a young population. As a country, that very population has either been exploited by political groups, political actors, especially within the election itself. And yet, the fallout from whatever tensions have been created by these, what you don't want to call them very selfish individuals, are not adequately met after the expectations of whoever was on that bandwagon is dropped immediately. How do we make sure the young people are aware to these realities, that in these moments sometimes they're just pawns?
Thank you very much. First of all, to say that it would be too diplomatic to say that politicians are not selfish. An unselfish politician would be an unusual one, and they have always been few in the world. And scattered in between. In one generation, you may get one in the whole world. Most politicians are selfish, whether they know it or not, or whether they agree with it or not. Two, it seems to be the fate of humanity that young people are always the worst victims. Young people, and especially women, are always the worst victims of political tensions. They are instruments who are also used in political tensions. They are also victims. Instruments because most times young people don't understand the level of selfishness of the politicians who are mobilizing them for especially conflicts. Victims because also they have the energy to be used. And you know, an old politician in his 50s may not be able to run on the streets throwing stones and sustain a 2-day strike, like a walk-to-work strike that we used to have. But young people have the energy, still have the energy. Because of limited understanding of the would-be costs as well as the instrumentalization that politicians are making on the youth, and also the energy that God still keeps in our bodies, we tend to go on the front lines. And we are the ones who die. Let me give you some basic data, and then we bring it down. My data shows me that the GDP per capita of Uganda in 1977, before the attack on Idi Amin, was $237.6.
Okay.
GDP per capita is the amount of money the average citizen earns in a whole year. 237 at current prices in US dollars. But guess what?
Today.
In 1982, this had reduced to 157. What had happened? The war against Amin, which was taking a toll on the young people, plus the post-1980 elections crisis and war, we are drawing the economy downwards. Let us move on. In 1987, when the current government was 1 year in office, the GDP per capita of Uganda was 393. What happens? In 2003, it was 250.
That was just after the 2001
just after the 2001 elections.
Mm.
When you compare again with 2010, it was 823. But you know what it was in 2017? 765.
Okay.
You can see that those reductions are associated with election seasons.
Yes.
This means that part of what has been delaying our development, our ability to reach the middle income status, is the disruptive influence of elections on our politics, on our governance, and on our economy. Now, if we had peaceful elections, we would be suffering less and less of these challenges. But since 2001, we have had violence during elections. And this violence has had serious consequences on our trajectory of economic development.
Now, with this kind of data, which is available, by the way, you would expect that perhaps things would be done differently. But again, like you said, it's in the true nature of these disruptive events. Let's look at when transition or when reconciliation or when dialogue are words that are associated with sellouts.
Yes, yes.
That kind of situation or scenario being presented definitely has a weight affects again the economy. So my conversation is, what does the absence of reconciliation, dialogue, these conversations, what do they have in terms of their influence on public trust in institutions, but also in setting a very sustainable future for a country?
Before we talk about the cost of absence of reconciliation, maybe we should ask ourselves, what are the foundational issues? What are the conditions for reconciliatory post-election governance? Some of these things have deep constitutional and institutional implications. Our electoral system is such that if I get 51% of votes, I take the whole cake. You who has gotten 49, with all that follow you, you have zero cake. I think such an electoral system is counterproductive. Because you have a big following, you have 35%, for instance, of the following.
Sizable enough.
Sizable number. And then may I have 65 or 67, then I run with the whole cake, you are left with nothing. I think the electoral system for Uganda, especially for heterogeneous Uganda, is counterproductive. This, in my opinion, requires that we relook at the constitution and ask ourselves, is this feasible for Uganda's development? So you would want an electoral system where if I get 30% of the mandate, then I get 30% of the governance responsibility. Either by having 30% of the cabinet positions, 30% of executive positions in local government, like that. So that you have a Julius Malema who is not on the streets, but in the cabinet. You have a Bobby Wine who is not in exile, but in parliament. And he brings his ideas, he brings his opinions, and they inform the legislative process. He consults his followers, they bring their views, and they challenge government policy and improve government policy. When you close out those who hold a significant percentage of the electoral mandate and political support, I think the winner-take-it-all politics that we practice from our electoral system is being counterproductive. So we need to reform our electoral system. Now, what happens when we don't do it? When we don't do it, you prolong apathy. People who think that they don't associate with the election outcome of 2006 and that they don't associate with the electoral outcome of 2011 and of 2016 or 2021, where do you think now they are? They are either quiet, writhing in pain, psychological pain and other forms of pain, or those who were arrested are in prisons or are nursing wounds of imprisonment or other forms of harassment, or those who would be taking part in politics have withdrawn. So you have a country that has unhealed wounds that carry on over the years and become what I would call perpetual disgruntlement in the political arena. In 2016, I called it political stagflation, where the political situation is the political institutions are unable to contain the contending political forces that are potentially disruptive. So when you don't reconcile, you have prolongation of unreconciled wounds, and these wounds can burst out in any form. They can burst out in the form of a coup d'etat. They can burst out in the form of a civil insurrection, like you saw walk-to-work protests. They can burst out in the form of citizen withdrawal. You see the voter turnout dropping down, and for you are singing, we are a democracy, we hold regional elections, when actually people are not turning up to vote. They can turn out in the form of violence. This is why NRM, for instance, primaries are associated with a lot of election violence. And when you have these tensions, you are disrupting economic activity every time you hold elections. It also strengthens, it implants the arrogance and capacity of those with power to keep the other ones at bay. They will solicit support from the business community, secret support. They will solicit support from illicit sources to make sure that they consolidate their power and keep the other ones at bay. It also builds fear in those who are governing. Whenever they think of their opponents, they think of people who are coming to punch them.
So the cartel.
At the end of the day, the conversation, the would-be political conversation is cut off. And sometimes this can end up into serious consequences like we see in Sudan today.
Now, you do speak of the situation and the looming doom if these are not in any way addressed. The question is there a way we can make this institutionalized? Is there a way we can make reconciliation institutionalized rather than leave it to ad hoc response teams during periods of elections?
At the theoretical level, yes, there are many ways. But in the case of Uganda, we have a few options. Number one is that the ruling NRM needs to clean its house. You cannot be a ruling party which has been in office for 40 years, and every election primaries, you have more violence than actually in general elections. It means intra-party democracy in the NRM is lacking. The second is to relook at the Constitution. I think our electoral system, the winner-take-it-all politics it produces, is counterproductive. I would recommend amending the Constitution so that you have a proportional representation system where those who lose but have some percentage are part of the governance to the extent of their percentage.
But then they argue that that's the opposition side in parliament.
You need the opposition in parliament because political opposition means alternative policy opinions. When you don't do that, you hasten incentives for non-constitutional political methods like coups and armed rebellions. The third is to make the cost of political violence unbearable. Some politicians participate in violence because of impunity. They will mobilize gangs, deploy them, and a few of you will be arrested and taken in prison. They forget you there, and then they get their day, and they know nothing happens to them. But if a competent court of law determined that you, Rwengabo, have mobilized people to participate in violence in your favor, and therefore, as a leader of this political camp or group, you are barred from participating in electoral politics in this country for the next 30 years. You will have every incentive to appeal to your people to be peaceful during elections. And if this were the case constitutionally and legally, I think people would be behaving a bit more moderately. Yes.
The conversation in terms of when we talk about taking responsibility, sometimes, like you've said, it's so easy to assume that perhaps the ruling regime or the winner who eventually took it on in terms of leadership should be the one leading the conversation in terms of reconciliation, dialogue, or should be taking charge. Is there some way that all forces, when it comes to this, take responsibility, equal responsibility? Is that a known mechanism? Can it work where you have, for example, the opposition or any other stakeholders lead the conversation, but also has that been tested, tried, and does it yield results? Or should it be the regime?
Fortunately or unfortunately, when you take political power in an organized society, whether you got it violently or fraudulently or peacefully, you have the responsibility to put things right. The opposition, for instance, a political party like DP, has no constitutional mandate in Uganda today to say, let us amend the constitution. They can only propose. It's the government, through the Ministry of Justice, through Parliament, that can do that. The opposition group like NUP does not have the coercive power to force anybody because it does not control the instruments of coercion, the police, the intelligence, and the military. Again, it's the government in office that has that. Now, when you are in office, you have that natural responsibility to say, wait a minute, these are Ugandans. These are our fellow Ugandans. Come and we talk. We have the National Consultative Forum for Political Parties, headquartered at the Electoral Commission. that would be one platform where the ruling party would invite colleagues in the opposition and say, what do we do about these things? I think the Inter-Party Organization for Dialogue, which was ad hoc previously, has now been legalized. Through the iPod, leaders of all political parties meet. It's like summit-level meeting. And they have a conversation. You need open, receptive conversation between the ruling NRM and the opposition parties under iPod to come up and say, as iPod, let us propose this to cabinet. Because we are political top dogs. All of us are potential presidents. They sit with President Museveni and say, we are proposing this to cabinet. Let us see what cabinet says. The president meets his fellow presidents from other political parties after 3 months and says, when we got into cabinet, the cabinet decided as follows. We are proceeding with parliament. If parliament passes this, then the situation will be like this. So that when you have conversed and you have agreed, the other parties see that the government is taking action on these fundamental issues. This is a sole responsibility of the government to make sure that it drives processes of openness, receptivity, and consideration of the opinions of the opposition leaders so that they inform reforms in governance. The other one would be to support, strengthen, and facilitate especially youth structures, so that at every sub-county, at every parish, civic education targeting the youth is adequate to make sure that everyone understands the cost of political violence, the cost of crisis, the cost of national divisions, and other things. Presently, and over the past many years, youth structures are underfunded, under-supported, under-facilitated.
Well, very interesting conversations with Dr. Rwengabo. We will be taking a short break. This conversation continues right after this.
Why pay for someone else's repairs? Say goodbye to hidden costs and hello to peace of mind of a brand new start. Discover the Suzuki range of unmatched fuel-efficient and reliable options. From the iconic Jimny to the new Across Hybrid. Find the perfect blend of style and world-class efficiency. Upgrade today and enjoy 1 year of free fuel and comprehensive insurance. Plus 2 years of free service and a 3-year warranty. Trade in your current car or choose financing to start driving as you pay installments. Don't wait. Visit the Suzuki showroom today or call 0800-211-033 to get started.
Oi! There's only one Vinny J.
Football is better with Pepsi. Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Reach Ahead Africa and NBS Plus proudly presents the biggest inter-school dance showdown. Are you ready? You can dance! Grand finale. After weeks of energy, dedication, and unforgettable performances, schools from across the country are coming together for one final showdown. Expect crazy moves, wild energy, and non-stop vibes all day long. Happening at Scoris International School Saturday, 20th June 2026 from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. under the theme Empowering Youth and Transforming Livelihoods Through Dance. Dance is more than entertainment. It's expression, opportunity, confidence, and transformation. You can dance. One stage, one culture, one energy.
The Ministry of Health informs the public to remain vigilant against Ebola virus disease. Symptoms include diarrhea, vomiting, abdominal pain, fever, and body weakness. If you or someone you know develops the symptoms, seek medical attention immediately. Protect yourself and others by avoiding handshakes and unnecessary physical contact, washing your hands regularly with soap and water, or using an alcohol-based sanitizer. Cleaning frequently touched surfaces and avoid direct contact with infected persons' body fluids like vomit, stool, sweat, and urine. To report a suspected Ebola case, send an SMS to 6767 and type alert, or call the toll-free number 0800 100 066. Report early, protect lives.
You are watching Topical Discussion. We're looking at the cost of political grudges on businesses and investments and what that truly means for the country. This morning, I'm joined by Dr. Tash Rengabo as we get into the conversations. Doctor, we're speaking about political grudges, but I think we've not entirely exhausted what it means for the young people who look at politics right now as a very viable business idea.
Yes.
And what the implications are for the young people, for our workforce as a country, but also what are the false realities within this spectrum?
Unfortunately, the political class in Uganda, or in many parts of the world, has demonstrated that life is better when you're in politics. There you get money, there you get honor, you get symbolic capital, you get social capital, you get political capital.
The ideal situation is that.
Now, if you have been walking on foot like me, and the first time you are driving a nice car is when you are a chairman of a district or a member of parliament, what do you expect?
315.
Very good.
It's a good car.
Millions of money, a good car. Who does not want that? Now the youth are leaving their businesses, their projects, their entrepreneurships, and joining politics, hoping to recoup some investment from there. Unfortunately, many burn their fingers there. Unfortunately, many don't get the time to talk to those who are in there to understand exactly what it means to be an honorable in the case of a country like Uganda. I think the youth are also being deceived that if they support Rwengabo, Uganda is going to change overnight. And then they rally behind Rwengabo, they waste their time, they lose their networks, they conflict with their colleagues because we are competing with someone, then they detach themselves from would-be business partners. I would advise youth to start and focus on building their wealth and join politics when, I will join politics when I'm 85 maybe, when I no longer need a lot of things on this planet and I am ready to serve the people. Going to politics to survive socioeconomically is so dangerous. It is responsible for political corruption. It's joining politics when you are too young on the hope that you are going to change the world and you don't change it, and then you come back, you find that the business you had started and the projects you had started have collapsed, means that you cut off the employment opportunities you would have created for other people. Finally, youth should look out for information. What better can I do as a leader than being in politics? Those who are naturally politics, they are people who like honors. Politicians are people who like honors. Those who are naturally driven by the desire to become honorable and to become seen as leaders and or bosses, they can continue with their game. But the rest of us should focus on our business. Go for further studies, start your businesses, build partnerships and networks, build your capacity.
And they would probably be arguing, well, you want, we keep saying the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. Maybe they want to start now. They want to contribute to the country right now.
I don't think, I have never been a member of parliament and I've never been a minister. I don't think that if you appointed to be a minister today, I would fail. There is no school that teaches members of parliament and there is no school that teaches ministers. And I don't think that those who have been there for 20 years are better legislators than those who have gone there first time. So,
Dr. Rengabo, we're talking about the business and the investment, but you can't talk about that without talking about the private sector
Yes.
in this country. We also know the patronage that comes with working with politicians, with working with governments, that businesses are subjected to for survival, for sustainability, for continuity purposes. And we find that creates a certain environment, especially because in moments where you have tension and the eruption from within, those businesses rarely survive either. How do businesses and business leaders and the private sector insulate itself from moments such as these when and eventually when they happen?
in uncertain political environments, pragmatic businesses or business leaders and entrepreneurs support those that are in power. And when government changes, they change with it. That's the pragmatic business person. He or she will not oppose the government in office, will work with it, will follow the rules of the game put up by the government, and when the government changes, they change with it. Why? Because they are not interested in the competition of the day, they are interested in the business and investment opportunities of the day. And every government, however bad, creates minimum business and investment opportunities for someone, or those they may cut off opportunities for others. So the first real advice would be for businesses to be pragmatic. Number two, I think businesses should avoid open involvement in politics. If you have crossed from the private sector into politics, cross directly so that we see that this investor has now decided to join politics, instead of having one leg here and one leg there. Now, the tendency to think that you are going to support politicians and then they give you business opportunities after elections creates problems. Number one, when they lose elections, you lose those business opportunities. But number two, if in future government changed and people wanted to investigate you, you may be found to have been associated with political patronage and political corruption because of your connection with government. Sometimes you need to avoid that. And I think, again, as I said, it's a responsibility of government to let the business be, let the private sector be. The fact that so-and-so is a brother to your opponent and is a billionaire should not make you think that this brother should be destroyed because they are the ones bankrolling your opponent. Even you yourself, you are being bankrolled by someone else. I don't think many politicians manage to mobilize the monies they put in their campaigns from their own pockets and savings. They get it from friends, supporters, networks, and business sympathizers. So the tendency to witch hunt businesses that you think are associated with the opposition or with your opponents at whichever level, I think is narrow political calculation. Because one day, one time, the tide can turn against your side. Yes.
Doctor, we are going to really look at people that have cashed in. I do not know if you're aware to the fact that people cash in on political grudges. Sometimes it looks symbolic, it looks planned, sometimes it's a calculation. Is this a reality you're known to, but also is this a strategy you would advise people cashing on political grudges? What is the cost of that, and how does that then lead to things like corruption that have plunged the country? 10 trillion shillings is lost to corruption. For a country such as Uganda, that's money that could have been put to good use.
Some businesses, by their nature, survive on conflict. I want to ask you, during walk-to-work protests, how much tear gas do you think we use it? How many rubber bullets did we use? How many live bullets did we fire? Now, the manufacturers of those security products must have made money. The manufacturers of body armor, of shields that police has to use, and of these vehicles, they are in business when you're on the streets. So it is in their incentive to get a few of your young people, give them waraji, get them drunk, and throw them on the streets so that you deplete the weapons and the equipment you have, and you have to go back and buy more tear gas. You need a conscious citizenry to understand that someone is benefiting from this. War is going on between America and Iran. people who manufacture weapons like Lockheed Martins must be making money. You need a conscious citizen to say, wait a minute, we are on the streets, we are fighting with police, we are killing our own brothers and sisters in police, the police are killing their own brothers and sisters. What are we using? Someone's weapons. What are we losing? Our brethren. So, what's the net gain? Zero. Businesses which cash in on electoral violence, for example, by facilitating some gangs to go and attack businesses of people they perceive as competitors under the guise of election campaign. You look at it as if it's election violence, but when you observe carefully, you see that there are attacks against specific businesses and establishments. You can know that those are people who want to thrive on violence. Now it is a responsibility of the state to be able to identify those people and separate them from actual election-related conflicts. I believe we have a Directorate of Economic Monitoring in the Internal Security Organization. That part of our intelligence agency should be looking at the behavior of the different business actors and advising them to stop destructive business conduct against one another. Because sometimes even monopolies collapse. Yes.
Doctor, I would also look at the weaponization of institutions, the weaponization of people that are really looking at the word reconciliation. We've had communities that, but also those communities that are seeking reconciliation and dialogue would also say the space within we want to approach it is not conducive enough because for reconciliation to happen, they also, like you say, there has to be accountability that is taken by all relevant stakeholders if for it will hold. But in instances where that is not seemingly looking like it's an approach they are taking, what are the available avenues, rather? What are the available options in an environment that keeps, weaponizing either institutions, weaponizing the law, creating more laws that are even more restrictive? What avenues are there for reconciliation when seemingly people do not feel they're being heard, they're not feeling like they are being included? What's the way forward?
Thank you very much. It takes political goodwill and leadership foresight. Say, I don't want my most important resources to be disrupted. And the most important resources of any country are its people. If you asked people in your district, I don't know which district you come from, and you ask those who won the LOC 5 chairpersonship or municipal mayors and the city mayors and councils, and you asked them, gentlemen, when are you calling your opponents for a cup of coffee so that you can reconcile? Many of them will have not processed it. And yet, if they did it, if they saw it as an important part of their leadership responsibility to reconcile with their opponents so that they can prepare for the next phase of political competition, if they saw electoral competition as normal competition like we have in football matches, this country would be better. I think we need serious conscientization of our political class.
That's a powerful one,
yes.
Doctor, that you say. But now my other question would be, ultimately, what is at stake for Uganda's future if post-election reconciliation is not effectively handled? It's not hard. What is at stake?
Socio-political and economic uncertainty. If we don't reconcile with ourselves, a time may reach, and then we turn against each other. We call it horizontal violence. I meet you, I beat you because I associate you with a certain political group or social group. Then you meet me, you beat me because you associate me with a certain region, a certain ethnic group, a certain political group. In the process, horizontal violence is more difficult to manage than vertical violence, where you are beating the police and the police is beating you. When horizontal violence erupts, the state itself collapses because the state depends on society for its survival by extracting resources and people and information and technology to be able to establish itself and rule. But when the society is in disarray, the state collapses. That's what happened in Somalia. You can also have vertical violence. People going and attacking the police, the military, the intelligence services, the bureaucracy, burning public vehicles, but you are destroying your own resources. Because the state is a construction of the society. Every police officer, every military man, every intelligence officer is being paid by taxpayers' money. Actually, for them, they don't pay taxes. They don't pay as you earn. You pay as you earn, then they pay them. They buy them uniform, they buy them guns, they buy them bullets and other equipment. Their job is to protect you and your business and your profession like we are here. But when you turn against them, who is going to protect you? Now they go on the offensive, they start beating you. But it's like you beating your mother. So we want to avoid horizontal and vertical violence. But two, you don't want excessive capital flight. People running out of the economy with their money.
Yes.
Or you blocking foreign direct investment from coming in any further because people fear that this is not a safe environment to invest. Mark you, foreign direct investment most times has a long maturity span. People are investing money and are waiting for 10 years to start recouping their investments. And when they observe that the political environment is uncertain, they will hold their money. Most of them will hold their money because you are not going to spend $100 million, build a hotel, and you lose the hotel in the next phase of violence. So what happens is that we risk losing domestic investment, we risk losing foreign direct investment, but even remittances will not come. If you were working in some outside country and there's violence at home, will you send your money back home to build a home?
Absolutely, absolutely not. You're
And
not
all these are the problems and consequences we need to cushion against to avoid this country missing the opportunity to grow according to the tenfold growth strategy that I have seen government pushing.
Doctor, while people are looking at, reconciliation and all these words, there is another seemingly interesting theory, which is tokenism. Instead of attacking the real issue or addressing the underlying challenges, you pick a few that are making the most noise, accord them some form of, appointment and, cover that. And we seem to be doing rather more of that than addressing institutional underlying issues, policy level, all these kinds of things. So the conversation is, does that also in the long run affect what we will have, for example, for our businesses, for our investments, and for the future of this country?
There would be resources the state should invest in infrastructure development, social services, human capital development, are spent on a bloated public administration. You don't need the number of ministers that Uganda has, but you have to have them because you have to compensate for different social forces that want political representation. You don't need the size of parliament that Uganda has. I don't know whether they are fitting in our parliamentary buildings. And the costs of maintaining such a parliament that we have. You don't need the number of districts and therefore councillors and sub-counties and councillors and all that, and the money we spend on them just because you want all these noisy politicians to have where to be. You need functional public administration. You can have 20 ministers, and they could be enough for a country. You can have 50 MPs for a whole country like Uganda. They can be enough to represent us. You can have 50 districts in Uganda, and you say every district should send a man and a woman. The rest, and you build this country, you refocus the rest of the cost on public administration and other patronage expansions into real public investment, and you transform the economy. By the way, we are talking of a tenfold growth strategy. From $50 billion in 2023 to $500 billion in 2040. For you to get that, you have to double the $50 billion economy, and then double the $100 billion economy, and double the $200 billion economy, all of that in 17 years. You are not going to do this when we are poking against each other. You are not going to achieve that when we are spending more on a bloated public administration than on infrastructure development, human capital development, inventions, innovations, and supporting our private sector.
Wow, that's a very interesting one. Lastly, how do we rebuild the trust that these institutions have already lost?
Institutions never build absolute trust under normal human circumstances because human beings are difficult to bring into the same single box of thinking ideologically. But the foundational basics of institutional trust is performance. Institutions have to come out and be seen to be working. If you are a national investment authority, you should be able to have regular meetings with your investors and showing them the next investment opportunities that are there so that they can invest. If you are Uganda Revenue Authority and there are walk-to-work protests, you have to say, sorry, we know we got business disruptions during this time.
Period.
We are not going to charge taxes during this time. But if you insist on hammering businesses which were banned or disrupted or affected by political protests, you are discouraging actually investing. If you are Uganda Tourism Board, you should now be shouting, wait a minute, we have had a peaceful post-2026 election season, our tourists please come. And when they say, but we hear that some of your political leaders are in exile, you say, no, they are tourists. In other words, you should have some explanation to give to the tourists who are now finding it too expensive to go to Asia because of the war in Iran and its related fuel costs, and attract them to Uganda so that more and more of us can earn on that foreign exchange. Performance is the most and only important way of restoring trust in institutions.
As we wind this up, Dr. Rwengabo, your last call to action for the stakeholders involved in the conversation of post-election reconciliation, what would those be?
Pick your shovel and start working. That's the most important message I can give all the stakeholders. For the youth, focus on your own capacity building, socio-economic capacity building, intellectual capacity building, networks and collaborations, and ICT investments. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Rwengabo Rutash, who has joined us on topical discussion today. I hope you remember that you are a stakeholder in this nation-building process, particularly when it comes to post-election reconciliation. My name is Tracy Kansime. Thank you for being a part of topical discussion on NBS Morning Breeze. Till tomorrow, have a good morning.
Well, a very good morning. Today is a public holiday as Uganda celebrates Heroes Day. Unlike the past, today's celebrations are set to be held in State House with very restricted numbers. As Uganda celebrates, there are quite a number of questions lacking. How significant is this day several years down the road? And what is the story to write home about Uganda's heroes? Can such public holidays live beyond the NRM regime? These and more questions will be answered by my guest this morning, Honorable Christopher Chibanzanga, Member of Parliament for Bugendera County, together with Mr. Mishach Kawamara, the Senior Presidential Advisor on Patriotism. On mobilization, pardon me. We'll also be speaking to one of the veterans, Alhaji Abdul Naduli. We'll also be engaging Honorable Caps Fungaro, Member of Parliament for Obongi County from the FDC camp, to share their thoughts and their perspective on what this day means to the country. Good to have you both, and a very good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you. Perhaps I should start by engaging Honorable Haji Abdul Naduli, who is joining us from Luwero. Haji, twagala okwaniriza olwaleero olunaku lw'abazira. Omuzira yani?
Kweyanziza oyekuumidde ku NBS TV gwendi naye wano ye Haji Abdul Naduli era y'omu ku baalwanirira eddembe lyetunabako olunaku olwaleero mu myaka egy'ekinaana ate era ekyenjawulo olunaku luno olw'abazira y'omu ku bazira omu ku baasookera ddala okufuna meddo ya Nalubaale nga President Museveni we yajja agimukwasa yali amusiima emirimu gy'akoledde eggwanga lino oba oliawo n'amaanyi ge baateekamu okuba nga balwana mu nsiko okuleeta eddembe lyetunabako. Sijja kumwogerera bingi. Haji oli live ku NBS. Olunaku luno lwanjawulo lutya mu bulamu bwammwe era kiki ekyenjawulo kye mulaba nga emyaka gye mumaze nga mukulembera ekizze mu ggwanga lino Uganda?
Banna NBS bannange mu abandaba n'abo abali ku mikutu emirala nga mumpulira batolera ku salaamu ente salaamu aleikum wa rahmatullahi taala wa barakatuh. Olunaku luno nga sinnalutwala mbalala kuwange ng'omuntu lunkankanya omubiri kubanga lunzijukiza otwali ekikandwa nga 9 Juni ne tubanga tugalamiddwa twayingira mu kusanga 11 n'ekitundu 12 ne tusisinkagana nga kwabaddeko omufu abantu twabasanga ku kiiko ku masanja awo abasajja nga bakambwe kamala ne basala abantu buli gwe twalabako mu kkubo nga tujja twamuyoola bonna twabattirawo ekikandwa ffe twaweza abantu nga 35 abaasalibwa. Kale nno nfe nga tuli ne munnange gwe baatuyoola naye yali mbega nga tuli ku mpingu ku Land Rover. Bwe baamala okusala bali ne bajjula obusungu ne bagamba ate kwanini wanafanya kazi ti abantu twaze nabo nga tubwa bombo. Kale bino na bino bibagamba nti olusalo Museveni kubanga obutalonda okugenda okuzinda kikandwa abatutte Museveni teyaliyo, yali yagenda esande namba emabega era yampeereza ne ku ssente nga bankutte ndi bombo mu barakisi ne bamutwala n'agenda ng'agenda e Kenya. Eyo ye Kenya Moyo yali agenda okufuukira chairman wa Organization of African Unity.
Ajolaba nga amaanyi ge mwateekamu olwaleero mugalabako.
Bonswanze waka sisudi twazigendanga mu Bugenzi naye gwoje sisudidde n'ogireetawa wano era ndi wano worldwide bonna uli ateze ku NBS andaba. It is a very big achievement. Era nga ani amanyi nti ate ne gundi ne studio ekyuka mu mugenda ate era mu ngeri y'emu nga kineetagisa wiiki ne munkwata ne mweditinga ne mukola mutya okufuna kemunaafissa kemunaalaga abantu. Olwaleero we are so direct.
Empeereza eri abantu tutuuka mu malwaliro mu masomero olaba nga kyemwalimu
kati ekyo tokituteekako buteesi kiteeke ku bantu abo abaasoma abaaweebwa emirimu egyo. Kaakati obubi bw'abantu abo bulabikira mu ffe. Eddagala bogenda okugenda okuyaze wagundi basaaga loola ennamba y'eddagala yenna amalwaliro timuli ddagala. Ebintu tebitambula obuwumbi n'obuwumbi buyisibwa naye tolaba gye bulaga. ne bakola oluguudo lumu emyaka emeka kale eyo kyendaba nti mu kino muzeeyi akirabiddeko ye kennyini bw'abadde anoonya akalulu bye bamusaba bye bamubuuza n'amanyi naddala nti mabega tebadde mirimu.
Kakati mugambye nti ekisanja temugenda kwebaka. Emabega obutabayo mirimu kyemugamba nti temugenda kwebaka naye nakiri kyali akuna mukyezo. Enjawulo ntono nnyo n'okebaka.
Omukyezo kuli kuzannya. Hakuna mchezo nti wano si kyakuzannyira
tewali kuzannya
tewali kuzannya naye nga responsibility ye yali tenaba kunywera wakati wa gavumenti n'abakozi baayo n'abantu
kajowerezaako Luweero kubanga tulaba olunaku luno nga Luweero yali nkulu nnyo olunaku luno olw'abazira Luweero yo bw'ogitunuulira olunaku luno tulina kye tusongako ne tugamba nti ffe twawaayo abazira baffe olwo olunaku oba mwekyo ekiseera mu gyekinaana
kaakati ekyo kisembedde nga n'ekimu nakyeteekerako engalo ne tukikola lyeddwaliro lya Luweero bitwalo lyakalina 5 liwedde gavumenti ebizimbe n'ebimaliriza baakati bali ku painting tuliyingizeemu kaakati ekyokubiri fwe twaggulawo olutalo naye fwe tukyakoobedde okuba n'ekitebe kya gavumenti ekyobuvunaanyizibwa naye wootuuka n'oga nti eno ye Luweero bazimba naye abajaasi bagiriko bagizimba naye egenda kuggwa wetwogerera Luweero erimu kubanga ne yunivasite embereberi ey'abantu yali Luweero Yendejje University netuzaako Bugema University netuzaako eyaffe gye twatwetandikira netuva mu ngalo ye Luweero University naye kati bagibatiza erinnya lya Kampala University ezo university ndaka 3
anti babadde baagala eno bukalasa nga tuwunzika bukalasa eno ya gavumenti efuukire eddala university
kiri mu process naffe tukigoba kubanga ebeere project ebeere university eya agriculture animals ne fisheries
kale Haji obugambo bwo busembayo ku lunaku luno biki byoweereza mukama wa President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni nga tuwunzika
kakati nga tuwunzika njagala okwebaza nti okulonda kubadde kubi abantu kino kiri era nga kino sigenda kukowa kimusaba asaasire abantu abakadde baffe abo abaatuwa emmere abaatusuza mu bibira abaatukola kiki ate abaana baabwe ennaku ebeere omuganda aga nti gayita ku kibi ne gaseka amannyo gano wali oli afudde ate bw'oyogerayo ekisesa ate n'agira ki n'aseka abaana abo emyaka 5 nga tebalabye na ku mulamuzi tebalabye na lujja lwa kooti baligenda ogenda okuvaayo nga n'amaaso mazibu kubanga babeera mu kitangaala ekitajja mu maaso gaabwe bamunyaza muntu
kale Haji oyo ye Haji Abdul Nadduli ku nsonga z'olunaku olw'abazira era olunaku olwali tutuddeko naye Sira kasembezaayo asaba bonna abaasibwa olw'ensonga z'ebyobufuzi bateebwe kubanga be babayambako mu nsiko eyo okubanga bavaayo nga balamu Komyewo Joy Command Center tweyongereyo ate ne programs endala kyenjagala okutegeeza omulabi wa NBS tugenda kubanga tweyongeza Haji mu bulletins zaffe eya live at 1 amasengejje kw'ossa ne live at 9 nze Consulat Ataaka Komyewo Command Center.
Webale Nyotaka, Katugendeko, let's go to Gulu Benson Ngom. Will also be speaking to one of our guests this morning to share their perspective on what this day means in the broader sense. Benson.
Well, very good morning, Simon, and a very good morning, our viewers. Again, coming to you live from Gulu City, and standing with me is a recipient of Heroes Day 2018. He's a journalist who has been here, covered the LRA war, covered the peace talk during that time, and that is why he was awarded. Welcome to NBS Morning Briefing, Ojue Dennis.
Thank you, Benson.
Very famous name there, received the award in 2018. First of all, what do you feel of this day, but what does it remind you?
Heroes Day is a very important day, especially in my life. During my journalistic life. And when I feel that I have done a lot of work for the country, ushering in peace, being right at the front line during the peaks, the epochs of the LRA war, the Lord's Resistance Army, even the Holy Spirit movement. So since 1997, I've been chasing all those and covering, moving all around. And I feel so happy because for twice I moved.
Well, we'll certainly be getting back to Benson Ongom, sharing the perspective of Heroes Day and how it relates to some people. Certainly, there are mixed reactions to this day, with a school of thought that these days, such days have lost relevance. But joining me is one of the recipients of the Heroes Day medal. He's actually donning it, Mr. Mishak, good to see you. And how do you feel about this medal?
I feel very proud that I had the opportunity to make a contribution to the liberation of this country. To the extent that I was recognized by His Excellency the President and awarded this Naluvale Medal. Naluvale Medal is awarded to those people who made a contribution in the form of supporting the struggle, sacrificing their lives, sacrificing their property. We supported the NRA when they were in the bush. When they came out, you remember when they came out, they had no money, they had no wealth, they had nothing. So some of us who were already there in the community were ready to support them, accommodate some of them, provide some finances, and even certain things like clothes and others.
Doesn't this feed into the narrative that 40 years, 40 plus, 4 decades later, we still glorify bloodshed as a country?
Not necessarily bloodshed. We glorify those people who sacrificed. We glorify those people who gave in all they had to liberate this country. And it was not easy. It was not easy at all. In fact, at that time, if you have read the history, some people were calling those people vagabonds. In Ankole there, they would say, Mtejak sana bene kaguta. That don't be like the Museveni family. Because they went to the bush. Nobody expected them to come out alive. So someone...
So this event lacks a national character. It's more of an NRM affair.
No, it's not, because you can see the people who have been awarded the medals, who have been recognized, are not only NRM people. You remember even they awarded even medical people. You know Dr. Lukia? Lukia, is it Lukia, the spelling?
Lukia.
Lukia. It was not a matter of NRM, but because he gave out his life.
Honorable Chibanzanga, how significant is Heroes Day in this day and era, and how relatable is the story 40 years down the road?